हेलो चेक एक नम्बर त्यो मास्टर होइन उता उता एक नम्बरलाई अलिकति कम्ती हेलो 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 चेक हेलो हेलो
Scenario. The first session for today will be chaired by Dr. G. Emmanuel, Chairman, Council for Indian School Certificate Examination. And for the speaker, we have Mr. Kavesh Gadia, Chairman, Stones to Milestones on PISA for Schools and OECD Education Initiative. So I would request our chairman to please grace the stage.
I'll just. Thank you. Prayerful greetings from CISC New Delhi. I'm Dr. G. Emmanuel, Chairman, connected to COBSE over a decade. This morning, I'm very happy, both of us from Gujarat. I'm in Ahmedabad, he stays in Vadodara, and both of us a lot of commonalities here. Regarding education international scenario, I just would like to bring us to our notice the 50 challenges the modern educators are facing right now. I'm not going to spend all 50 because Honorable MC Samaji did not inform me earlier. He knows that I can tackle the situation. So you just abruptly assigned me the topic. Doesn't matter. Out of 50 challenges that we educators face in this century, the 4 are very, very essential for all of us to know. Out of 4, I'm going to emphasize one very much. I'm not going to deal these challenges in detail, lack of time, because we have the presenter to present. Number 1 here is digital dictatorship. What is the digital dictatorship? Those who have information, they can rule over. Through using the AI, various instruments, they're gathering all kind of information in order to have the full control over education, full control over the various nations. This is going to be really a problem for all of us. Digital dictatorship. Number 2, autodidactism. What is autodidactism? Is that, it's itagogy. Itagogy in a sense, self-learning, homeschools. America, Canada, Europe encourages people to have homeschooling. Homeschooling is being encouraged. This is really going to be a problem for us because it's dealing with the pedagogy. Number 3, infodemics. Infodemics in a sense, what is right, what is wrong, nobody knows. We are bombarded with information, appear to be true, may not be even true. False information, Lot of things are coming over here. In order to avoid, to show that they are free from all kind of favoritism, bias and all that, they're using AI. Unfortunately, AI also being programmed such a manner with all algorithms and getting whatever they want to pass on to the people, politicians, institutions, even boards are using informatics in not to show that they're superior than others. This has to be noted. The fourth one, globalization. What is globalization? Whole world has become one village. Earlier we had bamboo curtains, iron curtains, information not allowed to pass on freely. Now information freely going about. Now MNCs, multinational corporations, wanted to progress, wanted to have their companies to excel. Now they are looking for the smart and bright young people across the globe because they want to establish their business across the globe. They're looking for the smart people. Where are the smart people? Are they from rich countries, developing countries? Where are they? How do they look? Which race, which color, which language? As they were looking for, they found out rich and affluent people, smart people are very expensive. They're looking for bright and small people from developing countries. As they were looking for, they put a pressure on the United Nations, World Bank. Please identify and tell us who are those people imparting the quality education. Of course, according to sustainable development goals, goal number 4, talk about quality education. When we have more than 210 countries in the world, approved countries, which country is imparting quality education? The children go to school right from 10 years to 11 years, even 12 years. In our country, they go 12 years. When they go to 12 years of school, each year of their going to the school, are they really learning what they're supposed to learn? If they're not learning what they're supposed to learn, how to tackle that? How to rate that? So they put a pressure in the World Bank, kindly you come forward, put a some kind of rule where we can have the people to identify to have the quality education. They approached OECD. He's going to explain in detailed manner where the PISA started there. And OECD want to standardize education. They went around looking for those schools which are imparting the quality education. Because information that comes, not to only know, to utilize, practical utility of it. Then we have the TIMS, we have PEARLS. These international exams are conducted to know, to adjust, or modify how to reach out. Now using the PISA, TIMS, PEARLS, even our country we have Pratham group, ASER, Mrs. Banerjee group, the conducting survey, helping our government to improve the education. Similarly, using these maybe ASIR, maybe PISA, TIMS, PEARL, these exams are being used to modify. I wish I had time to explain, but I will not take this one. Using mathematical formula, they arrive at, they're saying, lay score. Learning adjusted years of, survey. What is that learning lay score? Our country has only 5.8 years. When the child goes to school, after 12 years, lay score shows only 5.8 years, which means only 50% of our education is accepted. This is what is World Bank's talk about. So we are not up to the level. In the world scenario, if they see our education system, according to 2020 ratings, our education is only 33rd. In 2019, it was a 35th. And 2018, it was a 40. Our rating as an education very low in the world. At the same time, Indian children, when they're going to Europe and America, they're doing extremely well because those are lands of opportunities. they're able to do so well. The same children, when they're in India, they're not able to do any good. When 2009 PISA was conducted, ours is second last rank, next to Kyrgyzstan. Kyrgyzstan is the former USSR country, very low. 73rd rank, which is very, very low. The government of India was a bit nervous. Maybe this PISA is not culturally viable for us. We will not go for it. At the time of conducting PISA exams, when they started 2000, the government of India avoiding these. Somehow they took courage. Well, Tamil Nadu doing very well in education. Himachal is doing very well. So they picked up Tamil Nadu and Himachal Pradesh, allowed selected school to participate in the PISA exams. In that, ours is the second last rank. The government thereafter did not accept these. We will not accept these PISA scores. PISA scores, what happened? What of information, knowledge that we acquired, how to use it, how to utilize it. Utility part of it is not there. Just like a council, when we examine the children, we don't only ask for theory. We ask for the practical aspect of it, how to utilize. Sharmaji was in the council before he could come to the CBSE. He was in the council. He was trained very well, and he conducted our council exam so well. From there, he went to CBSE. That's how CBSE got double power anyway. And we conduct only exams to study the practical aspects of the learning rather than the only theory. Here, the PISA scores definitely demands that. Now I can go on. Is there my friend sitting here? What I'm saying, why did Gujarat register for the PISA? Sliker is known to me, the director for PISA. He is approached the government of Gujarat with the help of Dr. Santhol. He is also a friend of mine. They all approached, went to Gujarat, got registered for these PISA exams. How did you take such a courage to, when government of India is saying no, how did you take such a courage to register for PISA exams? When our children are preparing for the entrance exams, like a NEET, IIT, JEE, and various entrance examinations, that is based on theory, where PISA demanding practical aspect of learning. Whatever information that you have, how you utilize and make use of it. Now, when that is, both are of different wavelengths, how you are going to manage the children at the end of the day, after learning everything they need to get into engineering colleges, medical colleges, want to do CA, ICW, whatever. Now, to learn that, they are not forget it. This aspect of it. How we are going to balance it? When government of India saying no, how did Gujarat go for it? Is it because we have the 6 ministers, Prime Minister, Home Minister, Health Minister, all the ministers from Gujarat? That's the reason. How did we take such a courage to go for such an examination? Our neighboring countries, dragons, mini dragons, lines, such as China, Japan, Hong Kong, Malaysia, and all these countries are doing extremely well in these PISA exams. We are nowhere. How could we challenge China? How could we challenge Japan, Korea, Malaysia, Singapore? They are doing extremely well in the PISA exams because this is altogether different wavelength. I wanted to answer these. God bless you.
Happy morning. Okay, once again maybe. Happy morning. It's actually very difficult to change the good with the happy, right? As in, we're used to this good morning so much. And the first time when I discovered there's something called happy morning, I have never gone back to good morning. It just brings such a, So while we get the presentation up here, I want to share a little mystery with you and a very private secret as well. So, sir mentioned I live in Vadodara, but I also have a permanent address in Gurgaon. So So this is the mystery. I'll leave 5 or 6 statement of fact as a mystery for you. Maybe when we meet one-on-one at your respective offices, we can solve the mystery together. I'm running a school which is now 27-year-old school in a small town in Gujarat. My children and wife live in Vadodara. My headquarter and my permanent residence is in Gurgaon. I grew up in a village in Junjunu. Till I was 10 years of age, I could not even read, speak, write in English. But when I was in grade 8, I was teaching English in my own school. And today, I'm running a mission where we call Creating a Nation of Readers. We are teaching English as a second language to more than 1 million students across the world, in India, South Korea, and now we are starting in Finland as well. That's a brief backdrop and my introduction. We will solve the mystery together when we meet. A secret, and then we'll go to the presentation. A secret, in 1998 was the first time I wrote a high-stakes exam, board exam. So you can guess my age also now. And I was expected to be the board topper. I appeared in the Rajasthan State Board. So I was expected to be the state topper. However, when I entered the exam hall, something called stress was taking over me. And it ended up getting me to the 44th rank in the state. I was not disappointed with the rank. I was disappointed with my experience. That how could I be stressed knowing that I was amongst the best in the state? And I think that's what high-stake exams does. Over the years, I've challenged myself on stress management by taking really challenging situations, including the mystery that I just shared with you. But today, after 1998, I'm again feeling nervous. Even though we have had the opportunity to present at global forums, but today it's special. I'm in a room where we have 60 plus high-stake board chairmen and leaders. If I'm not jittery, then something is wrong with me. You are governing the way forward, the direction, the future for this country. And I'm taking the audacity to present something to you. With all humility, I would say, if I fumble somewhere, it is not my organization which did not prepare me well. It is the presence of all of you which is putting me in a nervous state right now. With that, let me upfront clarify, because Chairman Sir asked me a very direct question that how come one state is doing and somebody else is not doing, when India was second from bottom in PISA in 2009. So let me begin with that, because some of you may be carrying that question or noise through the day. So first of all, PISA that Sir is referring to, it's the main PISA, country PISA. It happens once in 3 years, where only a country can sign up. Any of us in this room can't sign up on our independent will. It has to be signed up by a country. And the PISA for schools, which I am here representing on behalf of OECD Education, is different from that. It is something which was created 10 years ago, primarily to help education systems and network enhance themselves, benchmarking against the same main PISA. So it's different. So a Gujarat or Assam or Goa or New Delhi, anyone can sign up this PISA for schools examination at your own independent will. So that's the clarification, sir. Has nothing to do with center, has nothing to do with any other factor. It's available independently to all of us. And I'll clarify that a lot more as we move forward in the presentation. Now, to give a bit of a context, I need to first congratulate all of you. I think I wish I was taking my board exam in 2025 instead of 98. It's so much more easier. And I've been told that now the reforms in board examination is going to make all of us walk in with a happy smile and come out with a happy smile, and then maybe choose which of the board exam scores do I want to actually take in my mark sheet. Something like that is happening. So I'm really looking forward to these reforms. And two more things that struck very deeply for us to bring PISA for schools to India. One, our focus towards competency-based evaluation. and not just for academic excellence. And when we talk about competency-based evaluation, it can be fairly holistic to cover all aspects of child's well-being and life success. And finally, the last point, the whole perspective around assessment, to make an assessment towards system improvement and not to mark a child pass or fail, is revolutionary thought process in my mind. And if all education leaders in this room work towards that, imagine the joy and the curiosity with which we children who attempted board examinations would take this up. And I think at that opportune moment, I want to also invite all of you to look at if we can also benchmark our system with global benchmarks. And that's the context for the next 20 odd minutes. I know we started late by 35 minutes. I will still try to close early by 15 minutes, so you save some time. Sir also mentioned about the fact that our students from India, when they go to Europe, US, they end up topping the charts there in these international destinations, right? And I think that gave us the fundamental courage that our children are competent. Our children have the potential. They can make it to global charts. If you look at the Fortune 10 companies, how many Indians are there ruling, right? So we have the potential. I think what we need to get right is, what are we measuring ourselves against? If we start measuring ourselves against the right benchmarks, our children will grow to those benchmarks. And I think that's why we took the audacity to bring a controversial PISA for Schools examination to India. While PISA for Schools is an independent thing, the controversy is around the PISA exam, the main exam, which we last attempted, and the published results for our country are available for 2009. So I'm going to take you through, all this material is already shared with the organizers, so you will get a copy of that, so you don't need to worry about taking pictures or taking notes. I would rather prefer if it's interactive, so that if there are any questions you have through the session, you can keep jotting down them and we can have it at the end of the 20-minute presentation. I'll give you 3 parts to this. One is context for PISA. Second is introducing you to OECD education and PISA for schools. Third, walk you through a brief case study. And we have picked one specific case study so that we can understand in our current context how it applies. And finally, there is a formal invitation to all of you to join the School Excellence Yatra. So I took the audacity also to change this title last night, Board Exams to Competency-Based Global Benchmarking. And this is too much text there, but the fundamental point here is, it's not about the number of hours that a child learns, right? If you look at the right graph, it's basically a correlation between hours spent in formal learning and effective test outcomes. But it's actually about the quality of outcomes. The left graph is the correlation between test scores and life success. So your life success is related to the quality and not the quantity of learning. It's also expected that by 2100 year, India will be 1.5 billion people, twice the second largest populous country, second most populous country. If we are going to be that large a country, I think we need to make this a significant asset for us by getting the quality right and not the quantity right. I think India got the quantity right long back when we achieved universal education. Sir also mentioned about PEARLS, TIMSS, other benchmarks that are available. Several countries have their own benchmarks. We as a country are very proud of creating our own benchmarks. I think recently we had the 3rd of November, which is again going to be a landmark day, when the first national assessment was being conducted by the new body Parak. So I think PISA has been one independent assessment which has been globally the most popular, most referred. And I think case in point here is the following. In the year 2000, when main PISA exam was launched globally, can anyone guess which was the country which topped the chart? First time, no one had any familiarity to PISA. The first attempt of PISA, which country came top of the chart? Oh my goodness, sorry sir, I think you walked in late. India was second from bottom in 2009. 2000 sir. Year 2000, first PISA. Finland. Thank you, sir. Finland. And Finland became popular globally after that event. There was no education tourism into Finland before 2000. It's a country which is happy, contented, looking into itself. It doesn't import much of learning. It doesn't export much of learning. It was fulfilled, self-contained in its high-quality education. But when OECD PISA exam, they topped the chart in the first time, is when the whole world went after Finland to understand what is this country doing to come top of the chart across OECD countries. So I think it's, to put these things into context, I thought it'll be a pertinent example. What you see in this light gray are the countries who don't take main PISA exam anymore, like India did once in 2009. And I think there are a couple of studies which also indicates a direct correlation between PISA scores and economic growth. I'm happy to share the reference for these studies, but because PISA comes from OECD education, which is part of OECD, the global body for economic cooperation and development, it's expected that there will be a correlation. But certain studies have also proven that indeed there is a correlation. No wonder why the tigers and the dragons are after it. So this is what sir was also mentioning. 2009 was the last published result, and I believe India may or may not have participated after that. I can't comment on that. But 2009 is when our results were published last time, and we came second from bottom. Tamil Nadu and Himachal Pradesh were the two states who represented the country for main PISA. And of the 74 countries, we were second from bottom. I'm not going to spend much time on this because we know our children are capable. We know our children are at the top of global charts. We are now reforming our education system towards right benchmarks, and that's being led by this room. So this is just a reference point. I don't want to etch this in my memory much beyond this. I rather want to talk about this, that in 2 decades, countries like Singapore, who aligned their education system to PISA scores, could shift not just the country's education quality outcomes, but also shift the economic growth of a country. And we are all witness to what Singapore has been. I have some of my friends here who are from Singapore and India, and this particular friend told me once that he's in the room, said that Singapore is the best Indian city to live. And I think that's what Singapore has been able to prove out of PISA scores. If you look at this chart specifically, this is the 2009 score. And in the 2009 score, you can see the India line there, the highest and the average. And you can understand that we are not that far, just that we never give attention to what is globally relevant. Now that we start giving attention to competency-based assessment and benchmarking ourselves against the best, we will just move past this very fast. And I think by the time it's 2035, I can't say 2029 when the next PISA is, but by 2035, I can see India in the top 10 main PISA chart as well. Maybe we will have, that will be your 59th, no, that will be your 65th or 64th annual conference. Let's mark it in our calendars that in your 64th or 65th annual conference, we show the main PISA chart with India in the top 10. I'm not going to spend much time here, but I just picked up one reference point here, Bloom's taxonomy that we all refer so much across the globe. And I think if we just shift 1% of children from the bottom 3 layers to the top 3 layers, there is a shift in education system. And I think that's what PISA or some of the reforms we are doing are actually getting us moved towards. We are all in competency-based learning now. And I don't want to spend too much time on this, given we are short on time, but I think what's important is PISA for schools give us an opportunity to bring in the understanding of this whole framework, the concept of the framework, contextualize it to our country, and then also learn from global peers, because it's been used by 70+ countries over the last 20 years. So we don't need to reinvent the wheel, that if on English or math, this is where I stand as a board or a country, what should I do about it? You can go to a peer country like Brazil, which has reformed its education system significantly. So it helps us to do all three. Understand the science of the framework, contextualize to our country, and through global peer learning from other education systems, accelerate our growth is what the whole context is. Wherever I lose your attention, tell me, I can give you another mystery quiz. So we'll have 2 quizzes to solve when we meet next. I'm very happy and proud to say that at the 10th year anniversary of PISA for Schools, India was inducted as the 16th country. Yeah, the math doesn't add up. It's 16 plus 1. One of the countries has dropped now, but we are the 16th country globally to be taking up PISA for Schools. And as I said, it is different from main PISA. Main PISA is taken by 75, 80 countries in the world. PISA for Schools is taken up now by 16 countries. We'll understand why we have taken it up. This is the 10th year anniversary in Paris, and actually, as Dr. Emmanuel also shared, when we met other peers from other countries there, they were saying exactly the same thing. In our PISA examination, some of the best performing students are Indians. So we are just a little few years away. It'll be India, not Indians globally. So let's understand what's PISA for School and OECD. How many of you are familiar with OECD here? So I can accordingly, okay. I see few hands, so I should spend considerable time on this. OECD is Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. Like other multilateral agencies, which are kind of introduced to us for specific objective, the name itself speaks for itself for what it is about. It is Paris headquartered. The organization is much older than the name OECD. However, at some point in time, the name was changed to OECD. This body, we are not yet an official member of OECD, but given the significance of India as a country, we are somebody that OECD doesn't neglect. They give us considerable time and attention in all the reforms that they're leading. The 37 most powerful nations from the world are members of OECD. It's a Paris headquartered organization. And for economic cooperation and development, you need to work on everything. How to tackle climate change, taxation, industrialization, economic policy, taxation, infrastructure development, financing, and education. So they have multiple teams, so it's a 3,000 plus organization, strong. And if some of you were actively participating in the G20 summit that India was leading, OECD had a significant role and representation in the whole G20 summit that we just concluded recently. OECD is also known for phenomenal research and publication. Like some of the challenges that Dr. Emmanuel mentioned, like the digital challenges, the whole globalization, OECD has always been ahead of the curve in terms of tackling that. How do you take up these challenges? Let's say ChatGPT or AI in education. OECD is thinking of integrating some of these things into their assessment framework as well. So a lot of publication is available, and I would highly recommend that you go to oecd.org to look up for some incredible reports that may be relevant for you and your teams. Now let's look at OECD's Directorate for Education and Skills, and what are they here specifically for. So instead of going through the whole department, we have distilled it to the 4 specific areas that this department works on. Measuring outcomes. And I think that's a great role to be played by a body like that. End of the day, all of us have our own benchmarks to measure success in India. But if all the countries globally have a common benchmark to measure themselves against, now for example, health, we don't need to look at what is right health in India. There is some global direction on what is right health, what is right healthy living. Why not have for education? So measuring outcomes is one big area for work. Second is teaching and learning. When you're measuring outcomes year after year in such diverse geographies, you get so much of data and awareness on what works. Because after every test, you are doing interventions. So all of that consolidates into teaching and learning practices, which are made available to all the peers who are participating in OECD. So once now we are a member in the OECD's PISA for School, we get to learn from these practices. We don't need to reinvent the wheel, as I said earlier. Third, policy development and implementation. So their participation in G20 was primarily around bringing their expertise and experience around policy development and implementation. In India, they don't get involved in implementation because we are not yet a OECD member, but I'm sure in guiding the development and design of the policy, they do play a significant role, not just in education, but other sectors as well. And finally, the focus on research to be ahead of the innovation curve. That how do I come ahead of the curve rather than being caught by a storm or a surprise? Can I predict what's the next trend that we all need to tackle? So these are the 4 predominant verticals for OECD Education Directorate. And even if I'm representing PISA for schools, some of the states with whom we are working already have requested us for things beyond PISA for school as well, like early childhood, and somebody wanted on teacher development. OECD is open to provide their knowledge beyond PISA for schools now that they're active in the country. Okay, so PISA is Program for International Student Assessment. Now, what does it cover? I'll just briefly take you through this. It's a 2.5-hour assessment, which includes a demographic, socio-economic profiling as well. It has to be done on a specific block of dates. This is the main PISA, and the similar framework is applicable for the PISA for schools that we are here for. So in the main PISA, it's a 2 hour, 30 minutes test. Earlier, it used to be also a paper and pen test, but now it's all moved. I'd kept this water not for this. Don't worry, as in the phone and the laptop is fine. This is okay, actually, this is okay. If you get some tissue papers, that's okay. Don't worry, your laptop is safe and I am safe. I am not drowned in this yet. Okay. Sorry. Sorry for this, and I think it's where I told you at the start that I'm nervous in front of 60+ boards and I may fumble. And I actually fumbled with a glass of water. So I need to take a sip and get back. So this particular test uses 3 primary skill areas: reading, science, and mathematics. So the whole competency-based assessment, including socio-emotional learning skills, are integrated using these 3 broad areas of assessment that they cover under it. It's been, now the data is to be updated. Till 2018, the main PISA was taken up by 600,000 students. They have questionnaires for, see, once you know the scores, let's say my board score is 580 on PISA. How do I understand the connection between 580 and the demographic profile? All of us don't represent similar or same states. We have such variety of demographics we deal with. And how do we bring that to perspective? So they do capture various questionnaires to understand the context in which these tests are taken. That's okay. I'm good actually. I know how to handle stress now. So let's look at broadly the comparison between PISA and PISA for schools. So purpose is the same, but in a different context. So the main PISA is to benchmark education systems worldwide. It is like a leaderboard, a global leaderboard saying that your country is 74th or 1st. But what is PISA for schools for? To provide school level or network level data. Let's say the board signs up. You get the data for your board through a sample of schools that you pick up to understand how do you stack up against the global benchmarks. The framework is the same PISA main test and the PISA for school framework is the same. The unit of analysis here is not the country, but the school or the network. Like for example, in India, we launched this in January 23. This is the first year we announced it. And there are 100-odd private schools who have signed up for this already. And there is Gujarat state, which has signed up for this already. So it can be signed up by private and the public school systems. Reporting. In case of main PISA, it's publicly presented. You can go and check out the public scores of all the countries for main PISA for the last 8-9 editions. But when it comes to PISA for schools, as a representative of OECD in India, I have no right to share your data with anyone except for you. Let's say Mizoram board signs up for PISA for schools. Only Mizoram board will get access to their reports and data. Even if it has to be shared with Ministry of Education, it is the Mizoram government which has to share. I have no authority or right to share it with anyone outside this network that is signing up for that. So it's private and confidential. Now, if you as a board decide to publish, it's completely your choice. OECD has no restriction about that. Communication of results is your decision, whether you want to publish. Representation, see, in case of main PISA, the country's federal government decides who would represent the country. Like in 2009, Tamil Nadu and Himachal Pradesh represented us. But when it comes to your networks, you have to choose the schools who represent you. It's ideal to pick a random sample because that's when you get the right perspective as a board. The main PISA happens every 3 years. After 2025, it will happen every 4 years now. And the PISA for schools, we can do it on demand. We can do it twice a year, once a year. So the first PISA for school cycle for private schools is happening in July to September 24. So the schools who have signed up are going through various workshops right now. And July to September 24, they take up. However, when a state signs up, it's a separate date. It's in their language. A lot of states would like to do the PISA for schools assessment in their language, the state language, which we are open to doing for the state. So on a chosen date, in your language, it can be done. We need 6 months lead time to execute from signing to delivering the test. I'm not going to spend too much time on this. It has too much text for this audience, but basically there are 3 objectives of PISA for school: measure, explore, and act. Very simply put, measure ourselves as a system against national benchmarks, global benchmarks, and similar looking cohorts. If I am very similar to Brazil, let me go and deep dive with Brazil rather than looking at average OECD scores. So I measure myself. Second is explore, where actually I need to understand what does this data actually mean in terms of actionable next steps. So we identify those next steps. Third, act. You can, with the global peers and with the help of OECD bodies, take up specific programs for acting on what looks like the right next steps. I think I missed out one very fundamental fact, which some of you will already be aware of. The PISA examination or PISA for schools is done for 15-year-olds. It's not for any age group. It's for 15-year-olds. You need to be in the age bracket of 15 to 16, which essentially is around grade 9, 10 students. And why is it that? Globally, it's considered to be the age of end of compulsory education. So PISA examination is like readiness for global life, global leadership at the end of compulsory education. Let's broadly, just this is the first glimpse. I'm happy to share the full sample report that a school gets. However, when a network like a board would take up this, we would also present a board level report of how your board is performing across all the schools that you have signed up for. Like even if you have not signed up, a lot of private schools from your respective states may have signed up with us. We are happy to share the list of schools who have signed up, and if they are open to share their data with you, it's their choice because the data is confidential with the private schools. But yes, there is activity happening in your state through the private school right now. This is a very simple representation that you can actually understand where you stack up across these 3 milestones, these 3 benchmarks against OECD average, comparable country, or the national average. I think I rightfully asked for an hour, but I promised to finish early. So as I said, there are 3 parts: measure, explore, and act. So this becomes a diagnostic. We learn the best practices, and then we apply them. We go back after a couple of years to measure ourselves against the same benchmark and see the growth curves. I'll just spend a few minutes on this case study, maybe 5 minutes, and then we'll conclude the sessions for questions. The significance of understanding the demographics, the social, cultural, economic status of the learners is very, very important to understand the OECD's PISA for schools score. You can't just look at the score of a Delhi private school against, let's say, a Rajasthan village government school. You need to understand the context and measure them against the right reference points. So this test is designed beautifully to cover elements that you see on the screen here. in terms of students' resilience, optimism, motivation to learn, self-efficacy, life satisfaction. And when you go through the question sample, you'll get a flavor of how actually they have built it in to the assessment design itself. And when you end the test, if you get to see that how your students and schools stack up on these fundamental social emotional skills like optimism, empathy, assertiveness, you know that you need to do something with your learner maybe. Maybe children are feeling too stressed in the learning environment for them not to blossom as much as they could do when the same child goes to a US or Europe, right? As I was saying that we compare like to like. So this chart simply to understand this is the two axes. X-axis is the socio-economic profile of the countries participating. The Y-axis is the PISA score. We look at the common intersection band of countries who fall in that band. Because I need to compare with like to like. I don't need to compare with somebody outside the band. So if you look at the gray band, that's my country band. I should look at countries who fall in that gray band and see how do we stack up. And we can do this at India level also. That within India we can see where does our board or school stack up against the rest of the boards in the school. There are other graphs here which you can go through, like for example, how does these socio-emotional skills connect with classroom discipline and learning environment? How does it connect with life outcomes? So it's a correlation. These scores are correlation. That how is optimism of student correlated with life outcomes? You can even compare, for example, you can get as specific data as, were your students motivated to learn science in your school system? Maybe they were not as motivated. They have chosen to go in humanities career and they are no more interested in sciences. Even for instance, things like what is the student belief of teaching practices in your system? Students should have a positive looking forward belief for the education system they are going for. So even this data is available to you. And I think these kind of data points are much more powerful for a board system because then you know the cause of where learning is not happening rather than just evaluating the scores. These are a few more case studies of other countries. I'm going to skip it, but I will just highlight one thing, the bottommost equity groups. Thailand hasn't signed up as a country for PISA for schools. An equity foundation group, not for profit, has signed up for PISA for schools to work with disadvantaged schools in Thailand. And instead of measuring these disadvantaged schools against Thailand's education system, they want to grow these disadvantaged school and children to the global system. It's a very, very unique perspective they took, and they're doing pretty well. It's been, I think, 4 years now that they've been doing this. India journey so far, as I mentioned, we launched this in January 2023 through a school excellence yatra, whereas the OECD global team was here in India. We could only do it in 5 cities as a launch: Delhi, Bombay, Bangalore, Chennai, and Hyderabad. So our apologies, we couldn't come to most of the states' representatives here, but January 24, we are planning, 24 onwards, we are planning the next series of meetings and sessions in the country. We are happy to host one in your state or your city. This is officially, it's there in the press, so I wanted to, I didn't expect sir will mention about this, but here's the official announcement that Gujarat government had done about their signing up for PISA for schools, and some of the private schools who have signed up already is kind of disclosed here in this presentation for the July-September 24. About when Gujarat state is doing, I don't think I have right to share more on their test experience, but if they wish to share, they can share in the press at opportune time. So we are creating awareness with various forums. So with CBSE, we have had the chance to meet multiple times and present PISA for schools vision in the country. And our organization, Stones to Milestones, also had the privilege to work with CBSE on creating a nation of readers. So we are driving the CBSE reading app with them to get learners become readers as well. So if any of you are interested, some of you have got my bookmark invite. So if any of you are interested, I'm happy to leave some of these with the organizers. You can contact us and we are happy to schedule a meeting or a conference in your state in 2024. And I promise that whoever gets the bookmark when we meet, I will give you a wonderful book as well. Thank you so much. Lovely. And I think I had the patient, attentive presence of all of you. I'm really, really grateful for that.
Mr. Kavish, you have presented so beautifully. I really want to thank you for such a wonderful information. I want to ask a simple question to all of us, rather, not only you. Why conduct exams? We run one of the largest schools in Ahmedabad city. Very time I ask headmasters, supervisors, why you are conducting exams? Sir, if you don't conduct exams, nobody pays the fees. Nobody pays the fees. When you have the option to conduct exams, like PISA exam, STEM exams, most of the metropolitan cities, like Mumbai, Delhi, Kolkata, Chennai, Bangalore, Hyderabad, going for STEM exams. Why go for PISA exams? Number of our schools preparing the children only STEM exams. Science, technology, engineering, mathematics. So that they can get the admission to the top colleges. PISA exam is only for 15 years old children, maybe 9th or 10th standard. PEARLS exam is only for up to 8th standard. 4th standard. TIMS exam is only for 8th grade. To find out various potential of the children. Who started actually conducting exams? If you see oral exams, history, we know it was started in China. Written exams started by American missionary when they wanted to select the preachers, who are the best preachers who can come forward to take forward the vision mission of the Christianity. Then business person with the same name, he started conducting exams to identify who those people can be faithful, bright and smart. Chinese dynasties when conducted earlier by birth, whoever is born in such a royal family will be given automatically administrative capacities and positions. When they found out these people are incapacitated, insufficient, went out of their families to look for smart and bright people elsewhere, for other communities. That's how exam system started. Now we are conducting PISA exams. What is the ultimate goal and aim? Is it to prove other countries we are also as good as Chinese? Or we are also as good as Finland? Why we conduct exams? What is the purpose? Which way, who's going to be benefited? Should you go for PISA exams or STEM exams? Mr. Kavish Bhai, please.
I think the question is more for all of you than me, but I can simply say what I said at the opening statement. Now that we are working towards competency-based assessment, we have a global benchmark that's been used for more than 2 decades across the world. We should have that as a reference point right from the start so that we know what is the potential growth that our children have. So it's only for reflection and learning from the global peers. If we are overwhelmed with all that we are doing already in our respective states and education systems, then you should wait when you have the right bandwidth to reflect against a global benchmark. There is no other reason. Secondly, I think that is a vested interest I have is, as a country, we have some phenomenal education systems that we have had as a legacy, the Gurukul system and the way we teach children with integrating values in education. I think if we participate in OECD PISA for schools, we will be able to bring our practices to the globe as well. It's not that we have to only learn from the world, but I think we have such incredible value in our country that we can offer to the world as well.
Can I take 1 or 2 questions, please? 1 or 2 questions from anyone? There.
Kavish, do you see when schools from India take the PISA for schools in 2024, it's not only the schools, but do you anticipate the students also wearing the results as a badge of honor?
One interesting thing in PISA design is they don't give you student reports. So you don't know which student has excelled, which student hasn't. You get a system report. So unfortunately, students will not be able to do this. The moment students get a report, you know what may happen? We may again have coaching classes for PISA for schools, which we don't want.
But students would put in their resume that participate in.
Yeah, so that is a big checkbox. Thank you, Mahesh, for that. Actually, that's a big checkbox because students will be able to say that my country or my state is this score in PISA, and I was one of the students who attempted the PISA exam. Yes, certainly.
Not only that.
Another question.
Not only that, just kindly give me 1 second, Dr. Yadav. Those who get PISA, if those who attempt PISA exams, if they have any scores, if they can siphon the scores and present to any international schools, they do get admission in international schools. That's a key point. Dr. Yadav, go ahead.
Yeah. Question is, now that you have been talking about competency-based questions, and in PISA, I'm here.
Sorry, yeah,
Avisha.
I was trying to locate you, sorry. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So the question is, like, we have a culture of, going for a coaching for any sort of examination in India. Will the school teaching itself or the curriculum cover the entire syllabus that PISA has directed?
Yes, great question. So as I mentioned, PISA examination is with an objective to measure readiness of the child at the end of compulsory education. Now, compulsory education is defined by various countries in their own respective manner. So whatever India considers to be end of compulsory education, which is grade 10, is what will represent whether we are ready for the PISA scores and what our scores are on the examination. So it may happen. And second point there, sir, is that statistically, if let's say in the PISA test, there is one particular section or topic in which most of the country is getting it wrong. So statistically, those will be excluded because it doesn't represent the readiness of the country, because children may not have been exposed to that concept. And finally, when we implement the test in any country, like in India, it will be contextualized to the country. So it will not be the same test items that will come here. It will be contextualized to our country first.
Okay, you mean to say that PISA's score or PISA test is not standardized across all the countries?
No, it is standardized, but statistically there are tools that you can use to exclude items where the response is not as expected, which is the IRT theory or some other applications that they do. Because your question was that how do you know that we are teaching everything that PISA is covering, or do we need to modify our teaching practices and curriculum? So my response there is, there could be a concept that we may have not taught in our country, and the test results will show us that very clearly, and those items will be excluded in the final score analysis. That doesn't mean that it's not standardized.
One question that I have still is into my mind is, when students are preparing in the classroom itself, you said that it will be structured or it will be as per the standards prevailing in the country. Now, when we talk about global standards, how do we benchmark our standards vis-a-vis global standards in testing for PISA?
I think every country who first took PISA were not prepared for what this test looks like, right? Because that test was only a reflection or a diagnostic for each country. But over a period of time, when you have better familiarity to the test items and the context, you will also get better scores only because of your familiarity itself. So let's say the same student who's attempting this test twice or thrice will have a better performance compared to somebody who's attempting for the first time. So in the first year, when we attempt as a country, we should not take that score as the best score because it's our first attempt. Secondly, sir, we do familiarization exercise. So we run workshops for educators in schools so that they're familiar with what kind of a test is this going to be. So if I'm a science teacher or science department head, I know that for force and motion, what kind of questions are coming in the PISA items, right? So I am familiar as an educator of the system, what differences are.
Okay, in our country, we have certain Olympiads, International Science Olympiad, International Mathematics Olympiad. How do you compare PISA tests with these Olympiads?
I will flip that question to you, sir, that as a civilian here in the country, I'm wondering how does the board allow so many Olympiads to run in this country, where there is no validity or veracity of the Olympiads that are being run in the country, right? So it's a very private practice that some people are launching Olympiads in the country. I don't think it's approved or certified by any government body.
No board in the country allows or promotes such Olympiads. They are being promoted by the individual organizations across the country, and there is a large, a very big number of schools participating in these Olympiads.
Yeah, so hence I consider that to be out of context for us, because we have no reason to compare with such private tests, which has no validation from any government body, Indian or international.
Chalo, anyway, but the test stands, and we need to have a look at them, because these are the people who are potential. I mean, specifically potential for PISA schools, these schools have.
So,
that's
sir,
it. Thank you.
there's a very funny thing that happened. I just want to mention quickly. When we launched PISA for schools, within 10 days, we saw a lot of variety of PISA Olympiads available in the country. So, I don't want to compare PISA against those Olympiads anymore.
No, it's okay, but it's just a question to ask about. Thank you so much. Right?
So thank you. Thank you so much for your time, attention, and sincere interest in this. That itself is a great success for us in terms of the participation at the 52nd annual meet of COBSE. Thank you once again, Mr. Sharma, for understanding. I met you almost 6 months, 7 months back, and he remembered to invite us at the opportune time. Have a wonderful rest of the day, and I'm here till about lunch in case you have more questions. We are happy to answer them. Thank you so much, sir. Part of my job is still left.
Thank you so much, Dr. G. Emmanuel, sir, and Mr. Kavesh Kadia, sir. I may now request Dr. Manindra Sarkaria, Controller of Examination, Punjab School Board, to kindly come on stage for a few unique initiatives that he wants to share with all of us.
Good morning to all. Tanu sareyan nu sat sri akal. So first of all, I would thank President of COBSE and the organizer of COBSE to give me time of 5 minutes because we were not in the slot. But we felt that there is an initiative which is taken by Punjab Board and should be shared with the audience here, so they can have an idea, and if they like it, they may adopt that in their state. So I am given 5 minutes, and I would wrap up within 4.5 minutes. And you know, Punjabis are large-hearted, and their minutes are little longer than the normal. But still, I'll, as per the Punjab standard, I'll finish it in 4.5 minutes. So I won't speak much on the initiatives taken in the light of NEP 2020. For example, this preschooling, though it is recommended to be universalized in NEP 2020, but way back in 2017, Punjab took the initiative to universalize preschooling in all the government schools. And we have 4 lakh students in our government schools which are going through this preschooling. And of course, because we started earlier, so it was much easier for Punjab to align it to the Nipun Bharat, which is one of the prominent recommendations in NEP. So we have taken initiative to towards activity-based teaching learning, competency-based teaching learning. And because of this competency-based teaching learnings, we took up, just after 2017, we trained our teachers to design items based on the competency-based theory. So that's why this is one of the factors that Punjab stood on the top in the NES 21. And now we are aligning our curriculum and textbooks to this LO-based and competency-based theory. We have already started holistic progress card from pre-primary to 5th class, and now because we have got the guidelines and we are going to do it for the other classes as well. Vocational education, as per the oldest scheme in Punjab, is already from 6th class onward, and we are revising it to customize to the Punjab specific needs and Punjab specific environment, because Punjab is predominantly agrarian economy. One prominent thing I would like to mention, the community participation in Punjab, as is recommended in NEP 2020. So we went out of the way to motivate our teachers and community to be part of the schooling system and improve that. So during the last 5 years, as many as 6,000 schools out of the 19,000 government schools, in 6,000 schools, NRIs and parents and panchayats invested so much in the school, particularly in the infrastructures, that our school infrastructure in Punjab is reasonably well, and perhaps because of that we are number 1 on the PGI index. So these are a couple of the initiatives we have taken in the light of NEP 2020, but one prominent initiative we have taken recently is promoting and preserving regional language, that is Punjabi. So I would start from we already have 3 language formula in Punjab. So NEP highlights the significance of promoting and preserving regional languages, and at many places it is mentioned that how to do it, and they had suggested the ways as well. So we went through the recommendations of NEP regarding this, and somewhere there is mention of the Olympiads. So just taking idea from there, we, our chairperson, Madam Dr. Satbir Bedi, just thought of that why don't we conduct International Punjabi Language Olympiad. And reason for there are multiple reasons for that. So Punjabi is spoken in 150 countries, rather more, and we have done a research on that. Punjabi music, is world famous. Though even in South India, we see that in marriages and functions, though they do not know Punjabi, but still we find that Punjabi music is played and they are dancing on those tunes. So there is something in every language unique, which, is transacted from one language to the other language, one culture to the other cultures. So that was the idea. And we also noticed that Punjabi is the 10th most spoken language in the world with over 100 million speakers. And there are two types of Punjabis. One is, which is spoken in Pakistan, that is Shahmukhi, and one is Gurmukhi. And if we take that into considerations, the Punjabis are the 8th in the world. As per a report, there are 161 countries where this language is spoken in small extent or larger extent. But there is also an indication, even in the national education policy, that one of the many endangered languages of India, one is Punjabi, and that is, maybe extinct after 20 years or so. And this is, somewhere else also in the reports. So just taking cue from that, and we took the initiative to, first we prepared, we do some research, and as someone asked about the standardization, that was one of the biggest challenges, that how to standardize. There should be some standard. So we conducted meetings with the experts from Punjabi universities and other organizations in the country, from Delhi and different universities. So we developed a standard material which is more or less equivalent to a minimum which one must know to know one's language. So that is very scientifically and reasonably made. And because our purpose is not to create some stress on the students, as is suggested in the NEP, it should be a fun activity and enjoyable. So we took special efforts to make it a fun activity, enjoyable activities, and we prepared a material that is going to be online in all countries. We took care of the time zones, because there are different time zones when the test will be conducted. So when there is, the test is going to be conducted on 9th December, because 9th December, maybe 10th December somewhere else. So taking care of all those things, we designed, and when we started taking these initiatives, we noticed that many singers, comedians, actors, they also joined us to promote the activity. And so much so, we could notice that in Canada, organization, Sukhi Bhat Foundations, they started classes to prepare students, to help students to prepare for getting into these basics of Punjabi language. So that initially we didn't thought of that this is going to be a great, popular activity across the world. Registration is still going on, and we noticed that many countries, so though it is spoken largely in New Zealand, Australia, Canada, America, but we are getting registrations from Kenya, even China, and some other countries, maybe from the Finland as well, though there are, I think, 1 or 2 gurdwaras in Finland, and people gather there at the weekends and they interact in English, Punjabi. So out of proportion, so that is, beyond our expectations that this activity has taken, is becoming popular. So as Punjabi is spoken in many countries, there are many other Indian languages which are spoken in many countries across the world. So This is an initiative I think some other states can also take. The only things you should be well prepared, and yes, let me tell you, we just, you know, we prepared all these things in 1 month's time. But on daily basis, we contacted people, we invited people, not only from India, we contacted people across the world, just where we are going to do this, what do you feel about that? Would it be a good idea to do that? So after taking stock of all these things, we initiated this activity. So any question if you want to know more about that, so I am here for another 1.5 days, so you may talk to me, and if you want some, you know, material from us, you are welcome. And we have already written to all the boards, because Punjabi students are there in every state, and we have requested the boards to approach or reach out to the students, potential students or participants who can be part of this event. So thank you very much. I think I hadn't taken more than 4.5 minutes.
Thank you so much, sir. Now we have a session, Bharatiya Gyan Pragya, Knowledge Wisdom Based Education. This session will be chaired by Professor Parikshat Singh Manhas, Chairman, Jammu and Kashmir Board of School Education. And for the speakers, we have Professor M.K. Das, former Head and Dean, Department of Education, Kashi Vidyapith University, Varanasi, India, and member, Academic Advisory Council, BOSSE. Shri Bhagirath Setye, Chairman, Goa Board of Secondary and Senior Secondary Education. I would request our dignitaries to kindly come on the dais.
Very good morning to all the dignitaries over here and my fellow panelists over here. My name is Parikshit, and I'll quickly take around 7, 8 or 10 minutes, out of which 2 minutes would be of a video, because I just realized once our friend from Punjab was speaking that we also had a very good initiative on these things, so I thought I'll just show you the video of that 1.5 or 1 hour 45 seconds. Obviously these two are the experts. My job is to set the agenda, so I'll give you 7 quick points of the agenda which I'm going to talk about and which you would understand what it is all about. And thank you COBSE and BOSSE for inviting us, for making us part of this, and thank you for letting me know day before yesterday that I have to speak on this. So that was a real challenge for me, but yes, we are going to talk about it. The basic aspect is pragya, the purest form of wisdom, knowledge that we have, and that indigenous knowledge or our ancient knowledge systems that we had. Yes, we don't need to reinvent the wheel again and again, but we need to look at our own wheel, which might be the best one to work out, or which might be the fastest one. We might have the Cornets engine way back in our own times only. So let's look at that. Let's think about those things. Let's have our course curriculum embedded with those particular aspects and see that how our rich cultural heritage or philosophical heritage has developed over the years, or was developed over the years in the past, and can be used in the present times, and how it can make our country the best, or as a very prominent sentence that is being used nationally, a Vishwa Guru. So why or how we can become one of those? Why don't we look back in our own backyard? I know a very important word that is going on these days is glocal. So go local. Look at your own selves. After having taught in more than 100 universities of 70 countries, which I still do, looking at my own systems is the best aspect which I feel. The concept of Make in India, the concepts, all these concepts have literally taken the world apart. And they have really realized that how good we could be, how good we could build up. So what I primarily think of is that it's one of those bridges. This Bharatiya Gyan Pragya stands for one of those bridges which is vis-a-vis our Vedic times are concerned, our ancient times are concerned, and our present days are concerned. And a lot of those thoughts are still relevant. You could see that when the Corona period came in. A lot of us resorted to the age-old Ayurvedic medicines and other things, or जिसे हम देसी भाषा में टोटके कहते हैं हमारे north में. So we went for that, and a lot of us was very, very successful in fighting this dreaded disease. So that's what it is all about, and that's what the foundation obviously are Upanishads, are Vedic, and these are just a couple of books that are Vedas that I have referred to. But all our books, all our ancient times gurus, they have whatever scriptures or whatever ideas that they have penned down, they all carry all these very prominent things. And these are the 7 agendas. Obviously, these experts are going to talk about that, and they are going to build upon these 7 agendas, and their thoughts would be there, and they would be explaining them to you in a more formal manner. But for me, cultural relevance in education is very important. That's one of the foremost agenda items that I feel should be there, because what happens is that it recognizes the importance of weaving cultural threads into educational fabric. Why do we do all those things which our culture always has been talking about, or which are religious, which has religious connotations? Right from the concept of fasting, to the concept of keeping rosas, to the concept of taking care of people trees, because they were giving most important of, they give the highest amount of oxygen, praying for them. So what has been relevant over the years? Try to imbibe or embed that in our culture, in our educational fabric, so that we grow in a very important manner. Holistic learning and well-being. The traditional system, the emphasis, okay, this one was not on, okay. So the emphasis is on well-being, exemplified to practices such as yoga. Obviously, we all are aware of how International Yoga Day has picked up. and how yoga was being practiced in European and American continents, and they were trying to change it in such a manner and trying to project that this is something which they also were doing from ancient times, but actually not. They had taken it all from us. Why don't we teach our young generations and young kids about it? That's an important aspect. Practical wisdom in education, skill-based, vocational, is all practical. Lots and lots of schools in Europe are now looking at forest schools. You can Google it out, you'll find out in UK and in Scandinavian countries. A lot of people are looking at forest schools. They are taking their kids to the forest, making them spend 1 month or 2 months or 6 weeks in forests, making them live on the forest produce. तो हमारे गुरुकुल यही तो थे. That's what our gurukuls were all about. So practical, because you get to know, you get to see that how a crop is grown, how a crop takes a shape, and that crop comes to our table as a food. वो सारा कुछ वहीं पे सिखाया जाता है. Fourth one is ethical and moral values in education. Still, as far as ethics is concerned or morality is concerned, we are one of those highest ranked countries in the world. अभी भी हमारे घर कोई आए या हम किसी से मिलें तो हम हाथ जोड़ के नमस्कार ज़रूर करते हैं. हम सर झुका के अदब से उनसे ज़रूर मिलते हैं, बड़ों के पाँव अभी भी छूते हैं. And these are very, very important aspects, because what happens is you get those positive vibes. And how can we have that inculcated in our educational system? Obviously, all the experts over can talk about it, and they will also dwell upon it. Local context and diversity, which I was referring towards. India is one of those very, very big diverse countries, from one end to another. If you look at the basic advertisements which Amitabh Kanji or the Incredible India campaign was built up, you would see the landscape of India, you would see the people of India, you would see the diversity, you would see how our features change from one end to another. But then also those features are again mapped, like somewhere in Ladakh, to the northeast, to the obviously west, to down south. And what are those cultures? But the important aspect is all those local contexts and all the diversity leads to one very important aspect, and that is the growth of the country or the oneness of the country. And that is an important aspect which we need to teach our students. Innovation and creativity. I have a video on this, which I'm going to show after this 7th agenda point. How we have grown over a period of time, what were the thoughts in ancient times, and how this has been encouraged over a period of time, how our students have been building upon that. And the basic aspect is open-minded assignments, open project-based learnings. And if you see in ancient gurukuls, this is what was being done. This is what was being given to the students as tasks. And they were trying to build up and they were trying to work out. So that's another reason why we need to move on that. And environmental awareness and sustainability. Mind it, we still have not been able to look at our SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals. We still not have been able to accomplish them. And 2030 is the time, by the time we need to fulfill them. So if this is not somewhere in our educational system, if this is not being taught in our educational system, obviously things will not improve in a very important aspect. These experts will develop on these agenda items. This is something, one of the aspects. And now, initiative which was based on all these things, which had all these aspects built up. I'm just going to show you these initiatives, and I'll end it with over here. I'll just take it to the beginning.
Initiative है कि बच्चों इंडिजिनस टॉयज की अपने स्टेज आर्ट की तरफ किया गया, में से उनकी ideas हैं उन इनोवेटिव आइडियाज को एंटरप्रेन्योरियल माइंडसेट के साथ क्या टॉयकथॉन 2023 एक ऐसा इनिशिएटिव है जिससे कि बच्चों को इंडिजिनस टॉय तरफ अपने हेरिटेज आर्ट कल्चर की तरफ प्रेरित किया है। उनकी बात रहे हैं वो दिखाइए वो एंटरप्रेन्योर से कैसे किया जा सकता है। तो फॉर काइंडली विल बी होल्डिंग इट सडन दैट बच्चों को इन टॉयज की हेरिटेज आर्ट की तरफ प्रेरित किया जाए और उसमें उनके जो आइडिया रहे
Okay, so if you look at this initiative, this was the initiative of Hon'ble Prime Minister. He launched it in 2021. That was a toykathon. But unfortunately, none of the governments or the states or the SCRTs or the boards took it up. So once I joined, I had this thought that this is a $400 billion industry globally. And India has just a participation of $1.5 billion, and we want to make it up to $3 billion by 2028. That's Modi's thought process about it. So we did it, and we had more than 9,474 schools on board for this Toykathon project. And we had more than 1,23,000 registrations for this particular project. And you can see the products that these students have created. A lot of these videos are there on my YouTube and my Instagram and my Twitter handle, but you can always take a look at those. But you can see how these students from remotest part of our union territory have been playing up, doing things, and how enthusiastic they were participating in these particular programs. And we could have lots and lots of indulgence on the part of the parents also vis-a-vis this project was concerned. We did it at the school level, at the district level, at the divisional level, and at the union territory level. And we got a huge amount of interest from the Controller General of Patents, Designs. Professor Unnat Pandit did make us part of the National IP Awareness Mission, NEPAM. And vis-a-vis, we had more than 150,000 students participating in NEPAM, which was more than the Gujarat state. And they all got their e-certificates and everything on vis-a-vis this particular aspect was concerned. And we also had a lot of interest vis-a-vis from Niti Aayog is concerned. So Niti Aayog was on board. They came on board for this project. I had a Microsoft, IBM following us on all these particular aspects. We had AICT talking to AICT. They were very happy about it. And this is something, initiative which I would want that all the states or all the union territories or the boards or the SCRT directors present over here should look up to see that how Toykathon could be built up. It's a part of a hackathon. Actually, it's a hackathon, but a toy-based hackathon, because our NEP also talks about toy-based pedagogy, and they talk about that how students could be taught more vis-a-vis toys are concerned. Over to, I think, Professor M.K. Das would be the next one who would be talking about it. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Shri Bhagirath ji, the chairman Goa board, is going to go in next.
By the time this madam sets the PPT, let me introduce myself. I'm Bhagirath Chettiye, chairman of Goa board from Goa, and I've been in this field as an administrator since 2007. Prior to that, I was as a teacher and a principal. Now, let me be very frank that I have prepared this paper by searching a lot of the things, a lot of the papers, by discussing with a lot of the colleagues and the experts. But I am a person from science background. I am a master in physics and of course B.Ed. And as a part of the administrator, I have just prepared this paper. There could be some repetition of some of the things with the former speaker, And yesterday I was on the same matter itself, Bharatiya knowledge and wisdom-based education. We were just discussing, Professor Vyas, and I thought that mine will be just a pinch of the things which I have done on this. So my first slide here is, you can see it, that the education, this is the cornerstone of nation's progress, shaping the minds and the values of the citizen. Concept of Bharatiya knowledge and wisdom-based education, it takes center stage in India. This approach to education combines traditional wisdom with modern learning methods, aiming to foster holistic development and nurture responsible citizens. Second slide. Yeah. Is this okay? I'm sorry. Here it is. Okay. Yeah, got it. Thank you. This is just an attempt to explore the essence of Bharatiya knowledge and principles of wisdom-based education, shedding light on their significance and potential impact. Bharatiya knowledge and wisdom-based education, it represents a path to a more holistic and value-driven approach to education in India. It offers a bridge between the country's rich cultural heritage and demand of a rapidly changing world. Incorporating these principles into the modern education system, India has the potential to nurture citizens who are not only academically proficient, but also ethically grounded, compassionate, and responsible individuals ready to face the challenge of the 21st century. Bharatiya knowledge, a rich heritage, refers to the vast reservoir of traditional wisdom, cultural insights, and historical achievements that have shaped India's identity for millennia. Encompasses a diverse range of disciplines, including philosophy, ethics, mathematics, astronomy, medicine, yoga, art, science, and spirituality. Knowledge finds its origin in ancient texts like Vedas, Upanishads, and other philosophical treatises that have guided lives of Indians for generations. One of the pillars of Bharatiya knowledge is its holistic approach, recognizing the interconnectedness of various aspects of life. It's not confined to mere academic learning, but extend to understanding the self, society, and the universe. The holistic perspective emphasizes the importance of achieving balance, believes material and spiritual pursuits, an idea deeply ingrained in India's cultural fabric. Some examples of Bharatiya knowledge from India's rich cultural historical heritage: yoga and meditation or medicine, cultural and arts education, under that artistic expression, cultural heritage program, the recent flagship program, this is Meri Mati Mera Desh, Ayurveda, Vedas, Upanishads, Indian philosophy, astronomy and mathematics, Sanskrit language, which is the mother of all languages, the epics Mahabharata and Ramayana, Vastu Shastra, Dharma and ethics, traditional arts and crafts, astrology or Jyotish. Wisdom-based education, that's a holistic growth, which focuses not on an important information, but also nurturing wisdom and values. Emphasizes experimental learning, critical thinking, and a deep understanding of oneself and the world. It promotes values like compassion, empathy, tolerance, and respect for all living beings. It incorporates practices like meditation and yoga to foster holistic development. Both Bharatiya knowledge and wisdom-based education, they are seen as a way to preserve and promote the country's rich cultural and intellectual heritage. Complementary to modern education, offering a more holistic and values-driven approach to learning. While these concepts are valued, India also has a modern education system with a focus on science, technology, and contemporary subjects. The challenge lies in finding a balance between traditional wisdom and modern knowledge in the educational landscape. Key principles of wisdom-based education: value and ethics, holistic development, critical thinking, cultural preservation, environmental consciousness. The examples of principles and practices which are associated with wisdom-based education: mindfulness and meditation, which is nowadays going in a lot; ethical decision-making; character education; holistic well-being; critical thinking and reflections; service learning; environmental education; cultural and historical understanding; conflict resolutions; interpersonal skills; emotional intelligence; goal setting and life skill; nature-based education; artistic expression; philosophical inquiry. And I'm sure that Dr. Professor Vyas will throw more light on this and in details with examples. Integration into modern education. To integrate Bharatiya knowledge with wisdom-based education into the modern education system, in line with NEP 2020, it requires a comprehensive approach. Blending Bharatiya knowledge and wisdom-based education with the National Education Policy 2020 in India is a viable and promising approach. NEP 2020 itself emphasizes the importance of incorporating India's rich cultural and traditional knowledge system into modern education. To achieve this integration, we need to design curriculum to incorporate Bharatiya knowledge, review and update the curriculum to include elements of Bharatiya knowledge such as yoga, Indian philosophy, and traditional arts as elective or supplementary subjects. Integrate wisdom-based education, develop modules that emphasizes values, ethics, mindfulness, and emotional intelligence across all subjects. And research and innovation needs to allocate fund for research on the integration of Bharatiya knowledge and wisdom-based education and its impact on the students. Innovation labs to be established to develop new teaching methods and material, to implement collaboration between different stakeholders on the education from policymakers to the community, regular monitoring and evaluation to ensure the successful integration into India's modern education system in adjustment with NEP 2020. Thank you all for this paper, and hope that Professor Vyas will throw more light on this. Thank you, sir.
Very good morning to each and every one participating this very, very important conference. The purpose of this conference is to highlight the NEP 2020 and the delegates and participants prior to my reflection on this fundamental aspect of NEP to review and to reverse the entire conceptualization of our present education system, it is said that Puran mityeva na sadhu sarvam na chapi vandyam navanitya vandyam santah parikshantara tarat bhajante mudha parapratyena buddhi. The same thing was repeated in a different manner and style by Allama Iqbal when he is saying, जो था नहीं है, जो है न होगा, यही तो है एक हर्फ़े मुजरिमाना, करीब तर है नमूद जिसकी उसी का मुस्ताक है ज़माना. मेरी सुराही से कतरा कतरा नए हवादिस टपक रहे हैं. Very reflective aspect of our this Indian system of knowledge. प्रज्ञा, हवाएं उनकी, फजाएं उनकी, जमीन उनके, जहान उनके, भंवर गिरह की, खुले तो क्यों कर, भंवर है तकदीर का बहाना. ये पुराने जमाने ये नौ हो रहा है पैदा और ये पुराना पीर मर रहा है, जिसे फिरंगी मुकाबिरों ने बना दिया है कमार खाना. द इंटायर एजुकेशन सिस्टम इन द आइज ऑफ इकबाल इज जस्ट a type of giving supremacy to market, giving supremacy to efficiency, giving supremacy to the capitalistic mode of society. So these are his reflections. And he at the same time was saying that सारे जहां से अच्छा हिंदुस्तान हमारा, but contradicting itself that तेगों के साये में हम पलकर बरे हुए हैं, अखंजर हिलाल का है कौमी निशा हमारा, चीनो अरब हमारा हिंदुस्तान हमारा, मुस्लिम है हम वतन है सारा जहां हमारा. This type of assertion, we have to ponder that why such a learned person like Iqbal at the first time appreciating the entire Indian culture, he was defining the concept of Ram and Ram Rajya, so many things. But what happens? Why this Akhand Bharat is becoming Khand Khand? So these are the aspects we have to, from different point of view, from different perspective, we have to consider this very fundamental aspect. We are talking the basic purpose of NEP to sensitize, to conserve the entire traditional wisdom of India, जो केलन के पात में पात पात में पात, त्यों वेदन की बात में बात बात में बात. And on this aspect, I am giving no elaborative aspect, just to reflect few points that previously we are talking about dharma nirpekshata, and if you just replace this word dharma from the Indian system of thought, what will remain? When you talk about value, if you are rejecting and if you are not comprehending the concept of purusharth, what will? If you cannot differentiate between the Vedic system of brahmacharya and the Buddhist system of brahma vihar, how you are going to you are going to comprehend and reflect on this very important concept. There was one seminar on how to enter in the Vyas Guha. You must be knowing about Vyas, the writer of Mahabharata. Ashtadasa Puraneshu Vyasasya Vachanadvayam Paropakar Punyaya Papaya Parapidhanam. ये बात अब व्यास को आप कैसे समझेंगे जब आप ये नहीं समझेंगे कि ये तीन का कंसेप्ट क्या है. व्हाट इज त्रयी, व्हाट इज प्रस्थान त्रयी, व्हाट इज त्रिदेव, व्हाट इज योगा, व्हाट इज तंत्रा, व्हाट इज मंत्रा, व्हाट इज यंत्रा, एंड what are the concept of capacity building we are talking. We are talking the holistic education. We are rebutting the concept of rote learning. Just I am reflecting on the 4 lines of Gita. Dhyayate vishayan punsa sangaste supajayate sangat sangjayate kama kamat krodha vijayate krodhat bhavati sammohang asammohat smriti vibhrama smriti bhransad buddhinasho buddhinashat pranasyati. What is here? The entire Vedic system is emphasizing on rote learning. That is not just the entire concept of smriti is just interlinked with your AI, artificial intelligence, your quantum, this artificial intelligence. How you are going to evolve the concept of holistic education without knowing and without making a person from as a teacher, the first step in Buddhist perspective is Sotapanna. The second stage is Sakada Gami. The third stage is Anagami. And the fourth stage is Arhat. The entire, and for all these stages, you need certain types of competencies, certain types of initiative, and to understand what is visible. A Buddhist educator, lead beater, we know his name. He was one of the prominent teacher educator in Sri Lanka, and he wrote a book, The Man Visible and the Man Invisible. How you are going to measure and evaluate and reflect upon the man invisible. And you are talking about the man visible. That is possible through your psychological understanding. But how? What is the what is Sardarshan? What is the concept of Astik and what is the concept of Nastik? There are so many points coming into my mind, and I am in search of the answer of all these questions, that how to connect the Bharatiya knowledge and prajna system and make it relevant to the present system of education. I was just reflecting, what type of contradiction is this? What now the present government is talking about the Indian wisdom. This, during the British period, this very fundamental and this very important aspect was highlighted by a person whom we Indians are hating much more. The name of that person is Lord Curzon. He was responsible for so many things. But we are not seeing that the contribution of Lord Curzon towards the entire cultural tradition of India. If we cannot have this Indus Valley civilization, we cannot think about the different traditions of our culture and civilization. In the modern time, without Curzon, you cannot think about this. The Bharatiya Vidya and knowledge. But at the same time, the missionaries would, Marsman and Carey, what they have done? They declared that in India is suffering due to 3 iconoclasts. The first is Rama, the second is Krishna, and the third is Muhammad. If we are going to eliminate them, then only we can teach, we can educate the Indians. This was, and within, we must take the initiative, as one of our previous speakers, the initiative, how he took the initiative, and what was their influence, and what they were inspiring. So they changed the entire mindset of Bengal. They changed the entire mindset of Bengal, and they politicized the entire Bengali society and community. And the entire westernization is due to these three persons and their effort. Now we are talking about the team spirit. Look at these three persons, the trio, Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesh, and their impact on the system, Indian system of education. We should reflect our own limitations, why we are fascinated to copy, and why we are very eager to prove ourselves. We think we are taking pride in being what our English masters told us, baboon. From baboon, we are converting ourselves into babu. So all such things are there. Now, just I am going to end. There are so many things to share with you, but it is not possible to elaborate on all those points. Just I am mentioning that if we are taking the Vedic system, then we have to think about what is the importance of this 14 types of vidyas, the 64 types of kalas, why our entire system of what we call Sanatan, or what we call Vedic, or what we call Dharma, is giving importance to phonetics, is giving importance to words, is giving importance to sound, and the entire concept of Siksha in Vedic, Siksha is one of the component of Vedangas. There, what is the basic concept of Siksha? What is the basic concept of Vidya? What is the basic concept of what we call the Pragya? All these, on all these points we have to ponder and reflect. Just in Buddhist system, and particularly in Buddhist monasticism, there was one ritual between Mitra and Kalyan Mitra. We are having the concept of Guru, we are having the concept of Kalyan Mitra, and just one person from Sikh tradition just come up to Guru Nanak. The entire Kalyan Mitra and Guru tradition was reverted, and giving importance not to Guru but to Sishya. Wahe Guru da Khalsa, Wahe Guru di Fatah. So giving importance to learner in this tradition, ending with the sixth tradition, and learner-based. So, learner-based teacher education was just exemplified with a sutra that is called how to make a student perfect. And on this, there were 4 students of Lord Buddha. One was Moggalayan, the second was Sariputta, the third was Ananda, and 4th, Buddha included himself, and he was just sitting behind and told Ananda, you just go and explain what is the concept of gentleman, what is the concept of Bhaddeka, that sutra, especially that sutra is called Bhaddeka Ratta Sutta. And when he told Ananda, you just go and explain this, Ananda explained, and everyone was just taking nap. And what is this? It means you know yourself. You are understanding the concept, but your students are not understanding this concept. So he was hinting towards that. This concept of gentlemanship is very, very important. How to, and the concept of gentleman in the Western perspective and the concept of gentleman in the Buddhist perspective is a point to reflect upon. And then he told, you Moggalayan, you come. Moggalayan, acha. And now I can comprehend what you are telling. And the third, then he told, ask Sariputta. And when Sariputta was explaining the concept of Bhaddeka Ratta, who is a perfect man, then Buddha stood and he told, now you have crossed from information to knowledge, and now you are coming to pragya, and now you are even crossing you are much more better than me. So whosoever right from now can explain the subtleties of knowledge and can comprehend the pragya, can comprehend the concept of nibbana, can comprehend the concept of the sunyata, who alone can concept the Vedic concept of yoga and the Buddhist concept of tantra, and linking the two concepts with one another. So there are so many points, and I am very thankful to the previous speakers, and really it was a very a learning experience for me, and I think that whatsoever बकवास, जो बकवास मैंने अभी किया है, तो कुछ न समझे कोई न समझे खुदा करे कोई. ये हमारी इस बकवास को आप समझ लें, ये हमारा वो नहीं है, ये हमारी तमन्ना नहीं है कि आपने इस बकवास को समझा या नहीं समझा. लेकिन इस पर किसी भी पॉइंट पर मैं अल्पमप्यस्य धर्मस्य त्रायते महतो भयात्। छोटा सा भी यदि आपने कुछ उसको पकड़ लिया, वहाँ से यदि आपने इनिशिएटिव लिया, उस इनिशिएटिव का जो है इन्फ्लुएंस होगा और उससे लोग इंस्पायर होंगे, एंड देन यू आर नॉट ए गुरु, you are a Shishya, and you are more than a Shishya. So, all this, whatsoever we are talking about life. But the entire Indian system of knowledge is giving importance as much to life and as much, and the same giving, they are giving importance to death. And they established that life is a preparation for the perfect way of death. So that was the conclusion of what we call the traveling from data to information to knowledge or gyan to pragya and then to shunyata. Then the last was the concept of shunyata, and that is all. Thank you very much for listening the bakwas of mine. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Well, I think we have already overshot a lot, but it was not a bakwas, sir. It was a very deep thoughts that you were providing. It's a pretty dry sort of a thought process. Tabhi kafi log. Yeah, we want to. Yes, that's what I was saying.
Don't what? Shreshto. My first observation is Yaddatat Shreshto Tat Devo Tarojana Sayat Pramanum Kurte Lokastadanu Vartate. Whatever we are doing, and we means all the members of the COBSE, entire country will do that. I think my message is very clear. We are the secular country and we remain secular only, and no role of religion in the education. That is my first observation. My second observation is that you go for the Google and you will find that the father of the education is Thomas Babington Macaulay. And surprisingly, the father of the teaching is Socrates. At least Indian knowledge system does not accept them. We have got the Guru, we have got the Dronacharya, and so on. We have got Vasisht, etc. How the Indian knowledge system or the entire our literature was manipulated. Therefore, the term used by the speakers here is mythology. No, it is history. History written by Ved Vyas is Mahabharata. History written by Valmiki is Ramayana. Please think over it. And whenever it is said that, even I have objection about the two terms which have been used in the NP, but when we say it is Indian knowledge system, it is the knowledge system, and whatever Prasthantrayi is telling, it has nothing to do with the religion. It has just written that it is our duty. So when we are thinking, please think on these lines. Central Board of Secondary Education, I think Sadhna Parasar, if representative is here, from Central Board of Central Board of Secondary Education. No, I know that she was there. Actually, under her, coordinatorship, board has prepared a book, Indian Knowledge System, on Indian Knowledge System. So therefore, please note that we have to promote Indian knowledge and keep our record straight. Thank you very much. Think over it.
Thank you. Anybody has any questions? Or should we discuss them over tea? I think it's already a long session, so let's.
Good morning, sir. One more question.
चाय पे पूछ सकते हैं आप इनसे?
No, one more question, simple question.
That's what I'm saying, because there again and again organizers are telling us.
No, in your talk you suggested Vastu Shastra. How it is coordinate with the NEP is my first question. And if it is so, Vastu Shastra, whether you are taking objective subject or co-subject or a part of subject, that or main subject. That is second part. Third part is being he is a physics lecturer, I told. Science is not blind belief. So as a science lecturer, whether you are believing in Vastu Shastra, that is out of the argument. Okay, that is my part of question. Thank you, sir.
What's your name?
I am Anand from Karnataka Board, Bangalore.
Very good.
And my answer is that the word has been derived from Sthapatya Ved. And Sthapatya Ved has gone strictly to architecture. And this architecture involves entire planning of our life. From the hall, the residence, and etc. So therefore, please confuse it. Similarly, Jyotish is astrology and astronomy.
We shall now resume for the next session after a short tea break. Technical Session 5, Ensuring Universal Access to Academic Education and Skill Development, Role of Open School Education Boards. This session will be chaired by Professor M.C. Sharma, former Director, School of Education, IGNOU, India, and member, Academic Advisory Council, BOSSE, Sikkim. And for the speakers, we have Ms. Jyoti Rajawat, Academic Officer, BOSSE, Sikkim, with topic Skill Development and Vocational Education, Need, Importance, and Way Forward, and Dr. Kuldeep Agarwal, Chairperson, BOSSE, Sikkim, with topic Universal Access, Role of Open School Education Boards. I may please request the board members to kindly come on stage.
Good afternoon to all of you. It's a important session in the sense that we are all the time discussing about formal schooling. And friends, let me share with you, I am also a product of formal schooling and taught in formal university also. But in 1980s, 86, I went to China. In China, there's an open university, and I observed
so many things there, and which are equally applicable to our system. And the Chinese were proud because the then university was the global university in the world. I shared my Chinese friend, the vice chancellor there, and mentioned that don't bother at all, we'll succeed you in student population. And nowadays, one of the Indian university, Indira Gandhi National Open University, is the global university in the world, and there was a question in the IAS examination also. Open schooling is equally important. Friends, let me share with you. Open schooling has earlier in the previous deliberation session, we all the time talking of indigenous knowledge, Indian knowledge system. Open schooling is the base, if you just I recollect, because I have very limited knowledge about the philosophy of Indian knowledge system, but I tell you, being a student of science, that when we talk about the Eklavya, is a product of open schooling. In Mahabharata, we talk about the Karna, open schooling. Friends, I tell you, a day will come when there will not be much difference, rather open schooling will be supplementing the formal system. And I give example, being a product of formal work for an open system for a long time to higher education, that in Corona time, coronavirus was there. What was there is the open system going on. That's a different thing. The formal system is not equipped with the open system. We start with the online education, but a research has already been carried out. One research has been completed by one of my students when on the students of CBSE schools, when online education was going on. It was strange findings in the research. It was 90% total failure. The reason was not the system itself, online education, that we teachers are not equipped how to deal with the online education, how to prepare ourselves, what type of input are required, how to make student attentive for that. The open education will become a need of ours, and I tell you, just we have in NEP has made in PhD, the teaching is compulsory because you have to submit the thesis, but teaching must be there. Therefore, it's my observation working at an international level that you cannot skip open schooling in a formal system at all. It will enrich your formal system. Online classes, now the digital university is already on the way. So my friends, open schooling has a philosophy of flexibility. It should be available to all. Especially we started open schooling for those students who were the dropouts, who could not get access to the formal system. But nowadays, it's very important because it provides an enrichment aspect to our formal system also. And we also carry out study that the very highest position have been achieved by I'm talking of the higher education, we'll come to the schooling also, that by those students who have really gone through open schooling, because there is a high level of motivation, and we talk about various important aspects. Besides flexibility, is a learner-centered. Our material in open schooling, which is flexible in the sense that distance doesn't matter. Certain limitations are there which are good in formal system, but in open system, flexibility according to your own needs, according to the pace of the learner, you can go ahead. And the most important thing is the learning material. We don't have a learning material like NCERT, textbook, etc. It's a self-teacher, it itself is there, himself or self is there in the learning material. So learning material is, development of learning material is very, very important. I tell you friends, whenever we request our formal colleagues, because ultimately it's a system which must have a support of formal system also. They develop material, but they have a different approach also. That's not a self-learning material. So in open system, our teacher is inbuilt in the material and become an access to the teacher without the physical presence of the teacher. And there are so many other access devices which make our learner comfortable. So I really congratulate the organizer of the conference that is universal access open schooling, but I want to add it is universal access with quality, because people start doubting about the open schooling, but the quality is a very important thing. Why? I can tell you, and with my experience researches also, there is no problem with the system. The system is that we have a support of the formal system, our study center AI, there if we properly monitor the implementation of our system, then what will happen? The quality will be far, far better. So universal access of open schooling with quality is a very important thing. Accessibility will be there, availability will be there, everything will be there. And what is more important, slowly, slowly we have to change our mindset. In open system, there's a lot of flexibilities there, same should be there with formal system. When I was going through different type of deliberation in various sessions, they were talking of evaluation and parak, etc. I was just pondering upon this, what they are talking, although NEP has mentioned very categorically. But in open system, we have all the things. We have different portfolios. And if I tell you what are the various type of evaluation going on, starting from the evaluation system, book, self-learning material, the formative evaluation is there, summative evaluation is there, and evaluation of various other cognitive and non-cognitive aspects are there. We have really planned in such a way in open system, what input should be given through face-to-face, what input should be given through self-instruction material, where the technology should come and support the system. I will not take much time because we have two learned speakers, but universal access with quality is a very important one. And in future I can share with you with the confidence that formal system will not survive without open system also, because both have to play a very important role to play a very important problem of education in the society with quality. With these words, I request my learned speaker to please come and elaborate on. Thank you.
Very good afternoon to all the eminent educationists in the hall. Thank you so much, sir, for giving me this opportunity to say something about it. This is the second day of the conference and fourth technical session. And almost all the terms and aspects related to the this educational system has been touched upon. So quickly, I would reflect on the skill development and vocation education need, importance, and way forward. So if we look at the Indian education system, we have near about, higher education system, we have near about 50,000 institutions working, if we take into account the universities, colleges, and standalone institutions. स्किल डेवलपमेंट के लिए अगर मैं काउंट करूं ITI, VTech, Polytechnic, SSC, training partners and training center, it comes nearly to about 20,000. If we are talking about the GER, that is 27.3%, employable youth is only 45.9%, enrollment and skill development is very, very less and it contributes to 5.4%. NEP 2020 में ये बोला कि हम इसे 2025 तक 50% तक लेके जाएंगे. Now the challenge lies is कि जब 20,000 हमारे पास जो स्किल डेवलपमेंट सिस्टम्स हैं उससे हम अभी प्रोडक्टिविटी हमारी आ रही है 27.3, तो हम इसको 50 तक कैसे लेकर जाएंगे. दिस इज़ द चैलेंज दैट वी आर फेसिंग राइट नाउ. सबसे पहले हम इस पे फोकस करें कि हमें नीड क्यों है स्किल डेवलपमेंट की. इट इज़ वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. यू मस्ट हैव ऑब्जर्व्ड एट योर होम्स ऑल्सो. जैसे मेरे घर में यही होता है कि कुछ भी काम के लिए आप बोलिए किसी को भी, वो फटाफट फ़ोन उठा के अर्बन क्लैब को फ़ोन करते हैं, चाहे वो छोटा सा नल ड्रिप कर रहा हो, चाहे कुछ भी हो. क्या रहा है कि हम अपने एजुकेशन सिस्टम में प्रोड्यूस तो बहुत सारे कर रहे हैं, लेकिन उसका जो आउटपुट है वो नहीं आ पा रहा है. स्किलिंग नहीं हो पा रही है. बीटेक का स्टूडेंट ऑटोमोबाइल का होगा ना, उसे टायर चेंज नहीं करना आएगा, और वो पंचर वाला जो शायद पढ़ा लिखा भी नहीं होगा, वो 2 मिनट में करके हमें दे देता है. So what is the need of the skilling? The need of the skilling is that it increases productivity, employability, competitiveness of individual, workforce हमारी बढ़ती है, and ultimately हमारी economy को इससे बहुत ज़्यादा support मिलता है. If we go through the report of World Economic Forum 2021, अगर हम अपनी country को upskill करते हैं, then it would lead to 6.1% increase in the GDP by 2030. Now coming to the Indian scenario, we are very privileged. हम अभी बहुत जवान हैं. Why? Because 62% of the working age population is between 15 to 59 years. And 28 years is the median age, which is not for other countries. If you look at the graph, you'll see कि USA, Japan, Canada, China, European countries से हमारी country में ये working force बहुत ज़्यादा है. And it is an advantage for us. हम उसको youth को mobilize कर सकते हैं, right? Now how to do it? ऐसा नहीं है कि we are just talking and nothing. Our government system has made such a powerful plan for this. Coming to that, we have Ministry of Education and MSDE. All they have a common platform where is a National Skill Qualification Framework की हम बात कर चुके हैं, National Credit Framework की हम बात कर चुके हैं. All the organization, you are well acquainted with it. आप लोग सब वहीं से हैं, holding very senior positions there, AICT, UGC. Schooling में NCRT, PSS, CIV Bhopal, which is doing an excellent job. Polytechnics, BOSSE, CBSE, NIOS, and other school boards, all of you are here. Coming to the MSD, we have NCVT, NCDC, DGT, skill sectors, training partners, ITIs, everyone. So it is a compact system. Government की जो policies हैं, they are at very, very different levels as well. Many of them, National Policy, Skill Development 2015, 2019, National Education 2020, National Credit Framework, we all know about it. But problem कहाँ है? Challenges तो हैं. Challenges तो हैं. क्या challenges हैं? वो भी हम सब जानते हैं. Let me give a quick refrain of that. Skilling is not linked with higher education. आज एक ITI का बच्चा आता है, क्या आप उसे स्टीफन्स में admission देंगे? No. There is no vertical movement. It is not there. Infrastructure. I want to get my student into some eminent guest was yesterday talking about Dronacharya Academy, if I'm not wrong. मैं अपने बच्चे को करवाना चाहती हूँ, ड्रोन कहाँ से लाऊंगी? वो ड्रोन उड़ाने की जगह कहाँ से होगी? मैं अपने बच्चों को वेलनेस एंड ब्यूटी में ट्रेन करना चाहती हूँ. आई नीड अ सेटअप फॉर अ पार्लर. हवा में तो मैं उसको नहीं कह सकती कि ऐसे फेशियल करो, ऐसे फेशियल करो. Practically, infrastructure is required for every skill that we are imparting. Practical training is required. Limited industry participation. Suppose I want to get a child into some mechanic thing और मैं मारुति से अपना वो करती हूँ. अब प्रॉब्लम ये है कि मारुति के पास सिर्फ यही काम तो नहीं रह गया कि वो हमारे बच्चों को ही ट्रेन करते रहेंगे. They have their own limitations. We should understand this also. We cannot throw ball in others' court all the time. We have to understand the limitations of each and every setup which is there. And the very biggest thing that I feel is skilling yet to emerge as an aspirational career path. One simple question. आप जितने भी लोग यहाँ हैं, कौन चाहता है कि उनका बेटा या बेटी इलेक्ट्रिशियन, एसी रिपेयर और प्लम्बर बने? Please raise your hand. None. कोई नहीं चाहता. Would you introduce as your son-in-law ऐसे? ये बहुत अच्छे प्लम्बर हैं, हमारी पूरी सोसाइटी के नल यही ठीक करते हैं. No. We will not do that. ये blockage हमारे यहाँ पे भी है. So, skilling is yet to emerge as aspirational career path, which is the most important thing. Now, how can we make this more impactful? कैसे हम बच्चों को motivate कर सकते हैं कि वो इस path के ऊपर आए? सबसे पहले incentive and wage premium for NSQF certified certificates. गवर्नमेंट रिक्रूटमेंट हो या इंडस्ट्री हो, वहाँ उन बच्चों को हम इम्पोर्टेंस दें, उनको प्रायोरिटी दें जिन्होंने की स्किल के साथ अपना वो किया हुआ है, जिनके पास सर्टिफाइड सर्टिफिकेट्स हैं. इंडस्ट्रीज टू बी एडवाइज्ड टू टेक trained and certified skill aligned courses students only, because होता क्या है, मोस्ट ऑफ द इंडस्ट्रीज क्या करती हैं, गाँव से लोगों को ले आती हैं, क्योंकि एक तो उनसे काम ज़्यादा करवाते हैं, वेजेस प्रॉपर नहीं देते हैं, और दूसरा दे आर इग्नोरेंट अबाउट द लॉज. सो जो कंपनी ओनर है वो तो प्रॉफिट में ही है ना, अगले को पता ही नहीं है मेरे राइट्स क्या है, मेरी ड्यूटीज़ क्या हैं, मतलब मेरे को कितना मिलना चाहिए, या अगर आप मेरे से एक्स्ट्रा काम करवा रहे हो तो आपको मुझे पैसा देना है. तो कंपनी की तो बल्ले बल्ले है ना, उसे पता है कि वो पूछेगा ही नहीं कुछ. तो हमको ये इम्प्लीकेशन करनी चाहिए कि नहीं, यू शुड नॉट टेक दीज लेबरर्स, सर्टिफाइड को ही आप ले, राइट. सो दिस विल अल्टीमेटली एक साइकिल जो होगा वो रिवाइव होगा, एंड वी विल हैव मोर सर्टिफाइड एंड स्किल्ड लेबर्स. Skill education, equivalence of class 10th and class 12th with vocational subject with academic subject. नीट देने के लिए मुझे फिजिक्स केमिस्ट्री बायो ही पढ़ना है. मैं प्लम्बिंग अगर पढ़ रही हूँ तो मैं नीट नहीं दे सकती. माई सिंपल क्वेश्चन इज, नीट में आप किसको लेते हैं? जो नीट क्वालिफाई कर जाता है. अब चाहे उसके पास प्लम्बिंग हो या कारपेंट्री हो, क्यों नहीं हम उसको दे देते? उसने नीट क्वालिफाई किया ना, आपने जो 50 क्वेश्चन पूछे उसने 40 का जवाब दिया ना, वो आपके क्राइटेरिया को फुलफिल कर रहा है ना. पर हम तो नहीं करते हैं ना. वी आर नॉट डूइंग दिस एंड वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट स्किल एंड एवरीथिंग, राइट? इंटीग्रेशन ऑफ एकेडमिक एंड वोकेशनल एजुकेशन, कॉमन क्रेडिट फ्रेमवर्क, एक ऐसा फ्रेमवर्क जहाँ पे अगर किसी बच्चे ने प्लम्बिंग किया है तो उसके क्रेडिट्स हम ट्रांसफ़र करके एकेडमिक्स में किसी भी तरह अलाइन करें. दैट यू पीपल आर डूइंग. आप सभी इस पे काम कर रहे हैं. हाउ टू इंटीग्रेट स्किलिंग विद एजुकेशन, NCRF जो है वो बहुत काम कर रहा है. कॉमन स्टूडेंट रजिस्ट्री एज एन यूनिक ID फॉर ईच स्टूडेंट, जहाँ की कि हम क्रेडिट्स जो हैं वो ईजिली यहाँ से वहाँ मूव कर सकें. Then curriculum courses in educational institution as a part of curriculum, national curriculum framework. Then introducing apprenticeship for higher educational institutions. अभी तक ये सिर्फ इंजीनियरिंग में हो रहा है, but now it has started in some other field also. And awarding bodies जो हैं वो भी हमें जो स्टेट एजुकेशनल टेक्निकल बोर्ड्स हैं या जो और भी इंस्टीट्यूशन है उनको देना चाहिए, so that they can award and at a lower level also we can work on it. NEP 2020 में इस पे बहुत काम हुआ. We all are NEP 2020 is going on. By 2025, at least 50% of the learners through the school and higher education system shall have exposure to vocational education, which is a very, very good initiative. Every student must get vocational education in at least one occupation from class 6. Class 6 से छोटे ही उससे हम उसको कोई तो एक स्किल देना शुरू कर दें. कोई तो एक स्किल. बच्चा चाहे घर में बल्ब भी चेंज करे, वो भी एक स्किल है, बिकॉज वी आर कॉलिंग द इलेक्ट्रिशियन फॉर दैट पेटी वर्क. वी डोंट डू इट आवरसेल्फ, एक्चुअली वी डोंट नो हाउ टू डू इट आवरसेल्फ. दिस इज द प्रॉब्लम. Vocational education will be integrated in the educational offering of all the secondary school in a phased manner. Of course, we have started doing that. Towards this, secondary school will also collaborate with ITS, polytechnics, local industries, etc., which will give them an edge over the other students. Skill labs may be set up in hub and spoke models in the schools, which will allow other schools to use the facility. When I'm talking about all this, I always say that the action speaks louder than the words. अभी ये भी जो भी हमने पढ़ा या जो भी हमने किया, I'm very proud to say that we have all this in our BOSSE, Board of Open Skilling and Skill Education is the name of our board. At present, we are offering carpentry, solar energy, biogas, laundry services, bakery, confectionery, welding technology, data entry operations, painting and drawing at secondary level. And we are offering 13 courses at the senior secondary level, that is the secretarial practice, furniture and cabinet making, electroplating, and you can see it here, right? So ये courses हम offer कर रहे हैं और हमारा जो intention है वो यही है कि हमारे बच्चे skilled हों in fields में, along with the normal courses, normal subjects that we are offering. One thing I want to say is that बहुत बार ऐसा होता है कि किन्हीं भी कारणों की वजह से कोई अपनी पढ़ाई पूरी नहीं कर पाता. When I got married, I was just graduate, and I completed my studies after my marriage, right? I did my MSc from open schooling only. Exigencies होती हैं. There are people who want to learn, who उनको शौक होता है लेकिन मजबूरी होती है, कुछ भी होता है. Why not give them a second chance to revive, to relive, to learn, to relearn whatever they want to? So here, BOSSE was established with this intentions only. This was a kind thought in the heart and head of Shri Hemant Goyal sir. And to complete that dream, the opportunities, the responsibility, was on the shoulders of Dr. Kuldeep Agarwal, our chairperson. So whatever development you are seeing here is just the, what should I say, बहुत उनकी मेहनत इसमें आई है. We are a very new board. हम सिर्फ 3 साल के बच्चे हैं. The first thing, please don't compare us with the well-set other school boards. There may be many flaws in that, but we are learning to walk. And we have many feathers in our cap. So, summing up, I would say that आप लोगों के बोर्ड बहुत पुराने हैं, बहुत काम कर रहे हैं, लेकिन हमने अभी काम करना शुरू किया है. And we'll see how far we can go. We are trying our best. So, this is all. Need importance way forward. नॉट ओनली BOSSE, और भी ज़्यादा स्कूल बोर्ड्स हैं जिन्होंने क्या ओपन स्कूलिंग है, क्या हमारा सबका एक ही एम है, टू प्रोवाइड एजुकेशन टू द वन हु वांट्स इट एंड हु वांट्स टू लर्न थिंग्स. सो थैंक यू. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Very nice start has been done, because we all the time think about open schooling for getting academic degrees only. But in open schooling, they started the vocational education. And friends, I would like to share with you, we all the time may talk anything, but to achieve the real implementation of NEP, especially in the field of vocational education, open schooling has to play a very important role. And those who are associated or involved in board of open schooling, they should be very dedicated, committed to achieve that. Because earlier the doubt was that the open schooling will not be so efficient to meet the vocational education, but now the evidence has come that vocational education can easily be achieved, because there is already universal access. You may be facing in your school and board also some enrollment problem, but in our open schooling and open system at the university level, we have no problem at all. Sometimes we have to restrict, which is against our philosophy also. For example, I can tell you, look at the Delhi university open schooling. Enrollment has gone like anything. Forget about the IGNOU is 51 lakh students throughout the world, and still we are restricting that. But what is more important, that whether open schooling access only for the academic aspect, for other vocational and professional also. Now the open system has made it very clear that open schooling is equally competent for quality vocational professional education. And Dr. Jyoti has very nicely mentioned the effort of BOSSE. And I was just going and surprising, the vocational courses have been taken in all the important aspect which is the need of our life. Everywhere these vocational courses are there, and it's a very important initiative that while learning, student can earn also. And this is what we mean, the society involvement will also be there. They will also get input need from the society also, because it's our Indian knowledge system also. When you just go, I am not against any religion, but we just see the system itself. In our Rishikul and Gurukul also, the student was asked to go and interact with the society, bring Bhiksha. So this is the earning part of that time. And here the vocational education can play a very important role. We should not rate vocational education in fear one. It's very, very important. And therefore, the open schooling has provided this opening. So I can tell you that most of the problem of the society to get a quality education and equality of opportunity to all which are really left behind will be met. I really very happy the attempt and has been made very sincerely by BOSSE, and congratulate them. Now I request Dr. Kuldeep Agrawal.
So friends, we are approaching the more or less the end of the conference. Of course, tomorrow also is there, but today afternoon also, but more or less I said. And we have had so many different sessions, technical sessions, and we had the keynote address, and a lot of information has been provided in all the sessions. Now, that information, or that information should become knowledge, and knowledge should be applied and lead to wisdom. that is what the purpose of any academic activity is. And conferences are, that is the purpose of the conferences also, that of course we discuss, we disseminate a lot of knowledge, and that knowledge when assimilated becomes, that information assimilated becomes knowledge, and then we go back and we try to apply it in our work, in our field, and then those experiences make us wiser. And of course, even when you are discussing here, you are supposed to, as I said yesterday, you are enthused and you are, you become wiser when you go back. You can do many things better than what you were doing earlier. So now, as has been said by Professor Sharma also, the mindset has to change. In Indira Gandhi National Open University is supposed to be a global university, and nobody, and the degrees of IGNOU are accepted globally. In UK, the Open University is supposed to be at par with Cambridge and Oxford. Nobody says that UK Open University is any less. Similarly, at the schooling level, though at the higher level, open system, the open and distance learning system has been accepted quite a bit. But at the school level, still the mindset is that only that the open schooling system is only for the failures. That is what the mindset is. But as rightly said, open schooling system can also provide quality education. And when it comes to numbers, the formal system has limitations. The formal system has limitations for numbers, You can't, in a classroom, there is a limitation. You can only keep students up to some level. Though in our country, in schools, we have 70, 80 students also, which is not right, but then it is there. The open learning system is the system which will provide universal access, can provide universal access, and also for quality education. Not only access, but for quality education also. So now let us take a look at what NEP is saying about this. Why is this so dark? Anyway, it is 6.1. Can this become brighter? So, वो ये क्या हो गया? ओहो. Clause 3.1 in the policy, which is titled curtailing dropout rates and ensuring universal access to education at all levels. So section 3 is about this, curtailing dropout rates and ensuring universal access to education at all levels. And 3.1 clause says, one of the primary goals of the schooling system must be to ensure that children are enrolled in and are attending schools. Through initiatives such as the Sarv Shiksha Abhiyan, now the Samagra Shiksha, now it is Samagra Shiksha, all of you are aware of that, and the Right to Education Act, which is again being revised now. India has made remarkable strides in recent years in attaining near universal enrollment in elementary education. However, the data for later grades indicates some serious issues in retaining children in the schooling system. The GER for grades 6 to 8 was 90.9%, while for grades 9, 10 and 11, 12, it was only 79.3% and 56.5% respectively, indicating that a significant proportion of enrolled students drop out after grade 5 and especially after grade 8. So it is that category of students who drop out after class 8 who have to be caught, who have to be brought into the system, and for some reason or the other, they are not able to attend schools. Whatever reason it may be, it can be economic, it can be something else also. It is not just economic all the time, but most of the time it is economic. We can assume that. So for those children, there has to be a system so that we can say that we are providing universal access. Now, what happened to you? ये क्या हो गया? हाँ? वो मैं आगे के डिलीट करना भूल गया. ये क्या हो गया? ब्लैंक कैसे हो गया ये? ये वो सेमा है तो. हाँ. 17-18. The number of out-of-school children in the age group of 6 to 17 years is 3.22 crores. This is a very high number. Of course, in our context, in our country, it is percentage-wise, it is not so much. But still, it is startling because the absolute number is very high. We have to provide universal access to everyone, all children. It will be a top priority to bring these children back into the education fold as early as possible and to prevent further students from dropping out, with a goal to achieve 100% gross enrollment ratio in preschool to secondary level by 2030. Now, the spirit of the policy is that we should make education universal till class 12. In the Right to Education Act, which we have right now, it was only to 6 to 14 years of age. And now, in the policy, they have already included preschool, which is a part of the foundational stage now. And till class 12, now the thrust is towards making it a right for all children to study right from preschool till class 12. So that means till 18 years of age. It will become 3 to 18. That is what the structure is, that is given in the policy. So age group 3 to 18 has to be brought into the fold of education. Universal access will mean that. Till 2030, that is the target. A concerted national effort will be made to ensure universal access and opportunity to all children of our country, to obtain quality holistic education. That point has come here in the NEP. Quality holistic education, including vocational education from preschool to grade 12, including pre-education also. Now, further we'll go, the clause 3.5. It says, to facilitate learning for all students with special emphasis on socio-economically disadvantaged groups, the scope of school education will be broadened to facilitate multiple pathways to learning involving both formal and non-formal education modes. non-formal. Open schooling is non-formal, right? So that is also a part of the policy. Open and distance learning programs offered by the National Institute of Open Schooling and state open schools will be expanded and strengthened for meeting the learning needs of young people in India who are not able to attend a physical school. NIOS and state open schools will offer the following programs in addition to the present programs. In NIOS, we have a open basic education program, which is A, B, and C level. A is equivalent to class 3, B is equivalent to class 5, and C is equivalent to class 8, which is already running in NIOS. I was director at NIOS earlier. I retired from there 7 years back. So this program is already there in NIOS, and now the recommendation is that state open schools should also start this. Secondary, and apart from this, of course, they are saying they will offer the following programs in addition to the present programs: A, B, and C levels that are equivalent to class grade 3, 5, and 8 of the formal school system; secondary education programs that are equivalent to grade 10 and 12; vocational education courses programs; and adult literacy and life enrichment programs. All these are running in NIOS already, all these. Right from its inception, or by and by they must have come, but 1989 NIOS became a separate autonomous body. Before that it was a project of CBSE under the name Delhi Open School for 10 years, and then in 89 it became autonomous. So vocational education course and programs, and adult literacy and life enrichment programs also. All these are running in NIOS already. States will be encouraged to develop these offerings in regional languages by establishing new, strengthening existing state institutes of open schooling. So the policy is clear about this fact that only open schooling system can lead to universal access. Only open schooling system can bring the dropouts, bring the children who are out of the education system into the fold of education and provide quality and holistic education. So open schooling system has been accepted by the policy as equivalent to formal schooling system. It was already there, but now the emphasis has come. Now the emphasis is there now. Now they have talked about SEDGs. What are SEDGs? Let's look at that. 6.2 clause says that socio-economically disadvantaged groups, SEDGs stands for socio-economically disadvantaged groups, can be broadly categorized based on gender identities, particularly female and transgender individuals, socio-cultural identities such as scheduled castes, scheduled tribes, OBCs, and minorities, geographical identities such as students from villages, small towns, and aspirational districts. Actually, I don't know what are aspirational districts. Anyone knows? Can anyone tell me what is aspirational district? Yes.
Based on some parameters, that is basically based on the census 2011. So some districts have been identified to be backward in educationally and some other parameters as well. So further, the districts has further been segregated to have aspirational block also, which are backward. So special focused programs are being made for that. Yeah.
That is only socially and economically backward areas. Yeah. Socially and economically backward areas are recognized by the government, and some special programs are providing there. That is the aspiration areas, districts.
So probably this is a new word they have brought in here. They are backward districts. Earlier they were called backward districts. Am I right?
Yeah, same thing.
Okay. disabilities, including learning disabilities. Of course, Divyangjan, yesterday also I had mentioned it. Our Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister has coined this word for them, Divyangjans. And socio-economic conditions such as migrant communities, low-income households, children in vulnerable situations, victims of or children of victims of trafficking, orphans, including child beggars in urban areas and the urban poor. While overall enrollments in schools decline steadily from grade 1 to grade 12, this decline in enrollments is significantly more pronounced for many of these SEDGs, with even greater decline for female students within each of these SEDGs, and often even steeper in higher education. But right now we are talking about school education only. So these are the SEDGs who have to be given special attention because dropout rates are higher in these groups. Now, this is my last slide. I will not take much time. We will go for lunch because we have to be in time for the governor at 4 o'clock. So we can't afford to be late. So, role of open schooling, that is what we were talking about. Professor Sharma has already talked about it quite a bit. So, I've just mentioned here the salient features of open schooling. Open schooling provides education at the doorstep of learners. So the dropouts have to be identified, they have to be admitted, and open schooling will provide education at the doorstep because they don't have to go to a school, a formal school, a physical school, that word was used over here. So through open schooling, they can be brought back to the fold of education because we are providing, as open schools, we are open schooling system, we are providing education at the doorstep of learners. Sitting at home, they can study. Learning at own place and own pace. They can study at their own place, wherever they want to, and they can study at their own pace. How they can study on their own pace? We will come to that. Now, as Professor Sharma said, it is self-learning. And self-learning materials are provided which they can study on their own, which replace the teacher. That is what he has told you. So and let me add a bit. Self-learning it is accepted by educationists that self-learning is the best learning. It is the more, self-learning can be, we say that we forget after the exam is over, no? In Haryana, when I was director there, I used to say that there is a very thin line between those who pass and those who fail. Those who fail forget before the exam, and those who pass, they forget after the exam. That is the only difference. So, retention of whatever you have learned, that is best if your learning is self-learning. Yesterday I said Jagmag theory, no? That is what we follow in our schools most of the time. So you just pour and there is no scope for thinking, no scope for questioning, and you just forget after the exam. You just study for the exam and you forget after the exam. That's it. But self-learning actually is retentive learning. If that word, I don't know if that word is used, but it just came to my mind, retentive. Is it used? Huh? Yeah. So, self-learning is retentive learning, let us use that word. Though I know it is not used much. Huh? It is not used anywhere, but. And yesterday we were talking about learning to learn in the philosophy of NEP. When it is self-learning, you have to prepare learners for lifelong learning. That is also, that word is connected. These three concepts are connected: self-learning, learning to learn, and lifelong learning. Lifelong learning will take place only if you have learned how to learn on your own. How to learn. And when you know how to learn, then you will, of course, keep on learning all your life on your own. Self-learning will be there. And you will keep on learning all the time. Like at my age, at 67, I am 67, I'm always learning new things. I didn't know this word, aspirational. So I asked. So that has to be the spirit, lifelong learning. Even the Sustainable Development Goals talk about lifelong learning. The SDG 4 somebody mentioned yesterday, no? That is the key point in that SDG 4 is lifelong learning. Then flexibility in terms of age. See, in open schooling system, there is no higher limit for the age, for eligibility. I'll tell you, in NIOS, one person came to me. He had retired from government service as section officer. And he told me that I had done metric, and now I want to study, because in those days, metric used to be appointed in government service. Now it is senior secondary, I think. So he said, I have done metric. I want to do senior secondary. But the problem is that I don't have the metric certificate with me. So I got him admitted as a special case, because metric certificate, it is understood that if he is in service, he will be metric, if he has retired as section officer. So I admitted him to senior secondary. And after that, he passed in one attempt and got first division. And then he came to me, he said, I want to do graduation. And over there also there was this problem that he didn't have his metric certificate, he wasn't getting admission. So I gave him a certificate, and either School of Open Learning in Delhi University or IGNOU, he was trying to get admission. I gave him a certificate. I don't remember now what I wrote in that. But I think he must have got admission on the basis of that certificate, because he didn't come back to me. But he had told me before that before he dies, he wants to do PhD. He told me that. So this is lifelong learning. No, there are people like that. And there are so many people who keep on doing different courses all their lives. So flexibility in terms of age. In the formal system, it is not possible. Upper age limit has to be there. Then flexibility in choice of subjects, which will come into formal system also now. After this policy has been implemented fully, there will be no problem in choice of subjects. But open learning system has right from the beginning given this opportunity to students that they can learn, they can choose any combination of subjects, irrespective of streaming, science stream or art stream or commerce stream or vocational stream, which will come into formal system also now. This policy has. And then number of examination chances. We were talking about 2 examinations in a year, and the boards are afraid to do 2 examinations in a year. In the open learning system, we are doing 2 examinations in a year, and we give 9 chances in 5 years to the student, to the learners to pass to get the certificate, to be certified. And so we have a system of credit accumulation. If he or she passes one subject, the marks for that subject are kept, and in the next exam he can again appear, he or she can again appear, and so on till he or she passes the required number of subjects. So 5 subjects up till now, but in future it will change. In secondary it will become 10, and in senior secondary it will become 6. We all should be prepared for that. That is a recommendation in the policy. So credit accumulation, and then we have transfer of credit also, which again this policy is talking about in some way or the other. if you have done one course from in a program, you do one course from some other, at least at a higher level, they have talked about it. You do one course from one university, and then you do another course from another university. Credit transfer. The credits from one university will be transferred to the other. This is happening in advanced countries even now. But we have talked about it in this policy. So we already have this system of credit of transfer. Supposing a learner has passed 2 subjects from another board, we admit that the student, and we transfer the credits of 2 subjects and allow him or her to appear for 3 subjects here. He or she fulfills the criteria for certification, and we certify. That is happening in NIOS, that is happening in BOSSE, and I think in all open schools it must be happening. So these are some flexibilities that will help the child, the learner, to learn at his or her own pace and own place. Then we have part admission also. This some regular boards are also doing, formal system boards are also doing. For example, for becoming a pilot, you need physics, chemistry, and maths. If a student has not passed physics, chemistry, maths earlier, he or she can come to the open schooling board. Even CBSE does it, I think. He or she can take admission in 3 subjects and get the certificate of 3 subjects, and it is accepted for the pilot courses, the training programs of pilots. So part admission is also allowed. But this, I think, some formal boards are also doing. In Haryana, we had started doing it. Earlier, it was not there, but it came to my notice that this is possible, so we did it. Now, target groups are, of course, all ACDGs. We have already talked about that. Out-of-school children, we have already talked about that. Dropout children and adults. Gifted and backward children. Now, this is a point. Though in the formal system, it caters to the mythical average. It does not cater to the gifted and the backward. Only the average are catered to. And many gifted children also, who are very good in studies, even they are not able to fit into the system. They become misfits. Many students like that are coming to NIOS. I don't know in BOSSE, I have not analyzed, but many such students are coming to NIOS. Those who are very good in studies, but they could not tackle the formal system because they want an advanced kind of learning and they want to learn at their own pace. So they also come here. And backward, of course, those who are backward, they cannot cope with the formal system. Then failed in compartment students, I've already talked about it. Those who fail from another board or get a compartment, they can take admission here and get the certification. So, with these flexibilities, with this openness, this is openness. When we say openness, it is this. Distance education and open education, they are different. Distance education is at a distance when there is no face-to-face contact with the teacher, which of course open schooling also has. But there can be a system which is at distance, which we used to have earlier. There is no contact, face-to-face contact regularly, but the conditions were the same as the formal system. Like the correspondence courses we used to have. The conditions were the same, but it was at a distance. There was no contact with the teacher. So open and distance learning, when we talk about that, in open schooling system or open university system, both of them are there. Openness as well as distance education. But many a time it is possible that it is only open or it is only distance. You know, in the formal system, now it will come, all these flexibilities will come in the formal system, but they are not distance education systems. They will remain formal system with openness. So they are two different things. So it is well established now that only open schooling system can do what the policy wants: universal access with quality and holistic education, and bring in those 2.2 crores. Well, was it 2.2? What was it? Huh? Those crores of students, bring them to the fold of education. So that's where I will stop. I will not go ahead because thank you comes after a long. At night I made this on the same PPT which was yesterday, and I forgot to delete the next ones. So the next one will come like this. Anyway, so thank you. If you have any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Agarwal. You really deliberated and in detail about the essential of ODL system. I'm using the word ODL, where the distance is there, open learning is also there. The latest terminology accepted all over the world is the ODL, open distance learning. But in short, we call it open learning because the philosophy is of the open learning. I'm really very happy that you have highlighted very important aspect of open learning. But I would like to take only 5 minutes, not much, because the lunch is ready and we are late also. But open learning has a flexibility, we can reduce the time. Now here, the lifelong learning is very important. I cannot resist to share my experience. Further about I will talk about the open schooling also, but I give one important, sensitive aspect of ODL system, especially in IGNOU. When I was a director, I awarded a degree, graduate degree to 90 years old lady. मैंने पूछा उनसे कि क्यों, देखिए look at the motivation level through open learning. उन्होंने कहा कि मेरी भतीजी जब पढ़ती थी तो मैं नहीं पढ़ पाती थी, तो मुझे लगा कि अगली ज़िंदगी में शायद मैं ग्रेजुएट हो जाऊँ. धीरे धीरे ओपन स्कूल किया मैंने, इग्नो से मैंने डिग्री कर ली. लुक एट द मोटिवेशन लेवल. ईश्वर की कृपा से उनकी आंखें वगैरह ठीक थी. तो दिस इज ए मोटिवेशन लेवल. लुक एट दिस. Friends, let me share with you very clearly when I emphasize the word universal access with quality. Being a member of UPSC and interviewing with the IS people, I generally put a simple question to them कि आपने कहाँ से पढ़ा. तो बुक्स तो हमने NCERT की पढ़ी स्कूल से, NIUS की पढ़ी, IGNOU की बुक्स हमने आगे पढ़ी है. मतलब IGNOU is not only to make you IAS officer, for others also. Managers everywhere, and I'm very happy when this person is not here. The board chairman is also a student of our IGNOU. All graduation, education, etc. got it done from there. So what I want to tell you, there is in open distance learning, quality aspect is always taken into account. I tell you the way we develop the material and the way we carry out the editing, language editing, format editing, content editing. A author from formal university sometimes feel, ये मेरा लिखा हुआ है क्या? We give a credit to them. So totally change. And the teacher is inbuilt in that. Assessment, evaluation, formative, summative, फर्क जो बातें करें, everything is there. And I tell you the portfolio we have in our open system, nothing like that. And we plan in such a way that what should be given through face-to-face when the skills thing there, what should be given through ICT, what should be given through self-learning material, all the system is there. And according to the need, we generally call, I use the word sometimes, that is a cafeterian approach open learning. The cafeteria में आपको जैसे आप खाना खाते आपको ये चाहिए वो ले लीजिए. We have wide spread things, and whatever mode, whatever senses you want to apply. Suppose you are very learning style, we talk all the time. You are busy in getting the print material, you will get it. You want video program, you will have it. You have the teleconferencing, you will also have it. And again, the different systems of evaluation are also there. project method, experiential learning, everything are included. Unfortunate thing is that we don't understand the open learning system. Everybody is after the formal education, but in future also formal education will not be in position to satisfy the need and requirement of the society. And the state have been requested through national education policy also, just like state open university should be open in all the state. State open schools should also be open in all the state. And the certain limitation of the enrollment can be taken care by the open schooling. In addition to that, very important financial aspect will also be taken care. I tell you, I was in the management committee of Open School Delhi University as a open learning school also. The money we earn from the student with a minimum amount, such an amount we are supporting the formal university. In this pay commission came to IGNOU, I tell you as a director, we will take time to implement this financial aspect of the teachers. I told the minister, don't worry sir, we have a lot of money. We are worried about you because we get money from IGNOU also. So the financially, because there is a large number of students and you are facing a different type of situation, financially you will be at position also. So I also request boards also state that please try to encourage open schooling and they can provide quality. Both are just like formal and open schooling will assist each other, will facilitate each other to meet the need and requirement of the society. And this lifelong learning continues, as Dr. Agarwal has clearly mentioned about this. And we in NEP, we talk about this different grading system, transfer of credit, etc. In open schooling, and Dr. Agarwal will clarify further when he was directly in iOS, there is already a transfer of the credit. In IGNOU, we followed long back, and the same thing is being repeated, and in formal board and university are talking, is it possible? What are the challenges to meet that? But you go and learn from the open universities, they will tell you how to deal with this. And of course, there is one I mentioned sometimes at the planning commission also, there is an open system and formal system, there is a difference. An open system is easy to get in, difficult to get out. We ask everybody to come to us, but we will not tell you achieve the quality. We will not pass easily. But here in a formal system, you enroll, is difficult to get in, but it's very difficult to get out. You keep on feeling unsuccessful also. So, and we have seen you so many colleges and schools, good top level schools, we conducted a survey. 80% students have been admitted. In the board, what happened? 60%. Because you're a school teacher and you have failed. But in our system, we get the 30%, 40%, and they get it 40, 50, 60, 70, 80. So it's easy to get in and difficult to get out. Why? We provide all the opportunity, flexibility is there. We don't compromise with the quality. When they reach at this level, then we give the certificate of passing that. Friends, thank you very much for patient listening. Still open for any question, any doubt. You are most welcome. And Dr. Agarwal and Dr. Jyoti, I really thanks to them. Very good speaker, clarified so many aspects and highlighted the need, importance, and the implementation aspect of the open learning. Any question, please?
Sir, in formal education also there is no age limit. There is a minimum limit, but there is no maximum limit, I hope. And
not everywhere. It may be for your board. Okay. There is a limit. In university also, there is a limit also in formal system.
Second, how in open schooling you are doing examination, that I want to clarify.
Examination we have very...
And one more thing, as Jyoti Madam told, skill-oriented courses. In that skill-oriented courses, even a person who is doing experience-based, for example, an electrician, with the help of another, he will study, or auto driver. So with the help of auto driver, one more will study. What is the difference between the course, what is given by you, and the experience gained by him? Both are only to deal life.
मैं आंसर दो आप देंगे. देखिए मैं आपको बता रहा हूँ इसका आंसर. If you have just listened to my first address, open distance learning should be understood in the right spirit. Open distance learning is, earlier there was a correspondence education, postal. It's not like that. Open distance learning based upon the open philosophy. For example, the vocational course is there, professional course is there. We sit together when we are plan any course, what input it should be given, skills are needed, and what aspect to be competency based or academic aspect. According to that, when a person, an electric engineer is there, that person will be associated with IIT Delhi also. We have the study centers, and the practical component, skill development will be taken care there. We'll monitor that. We tell the whole system how to look after that. And for academic aspect, we have other academic counseling also. So open distance learning is not everything as it is distance in learning. So we try to analyze all the component. Accordingly, we have various input. We in NIOS also, and here in BOSSE also, AIs are also there. The purpose of AI is to look after the face-to-face interaction, which are very essential also. So electrical engineering in the vocational course or any vocational one, they have AI centers, and they give specific, these 2 credit practical will be done this way, and this is our monitoring system. If a student has not completed so many hours, not given evaluation clarified, will be stopped there, again one has to repeat it. So we have a system to analyze all the components of any professional course. Accordingly, we have the credit, this practical component, take care of practical aspect, face-to-face interaction. We also have science courses also, laboratory, etc. You will also put a question, how can distance education look after the labs? In IGNOU, we have the labs, but still we are associated very important universities, IITs, and the colleges also, they take care of our BSc and MSc courses, practical aspect. That is a well-defined system. Unfortunate thing is that people are not much aware of the in-depth aspect of the ODL system, because ODL system is not only the theoretical one. Therefore, we have so many graduates and postgraduates who are engineers also. Although for the time being, we are taking care of the professional development and providing advanced diploma for doctors also, those who are MDS, MBBS also. But the regular feature, face-to-face, we need 100% face-to-face interaction. We are not considering those courses for the moment. But those courses which feel 70%, 60%, 30% practical input is required, we have a provision for that. We have the associated colleges and with us as AI system. Am I clear now?
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Any more question, please?
Yes, sir. I have question.
Please.
Sir, I want to ask from Kuldeep sir कि इसकी स्कीम ऑफ स्टडी में हम कैसे स्किल एजुकेशन को इंक्लूड कर रहे हैं? जैसे 6 सब्जेक्ट हैं, तो कितने सब्जेक्ट जो हैं वो स्किल के हैं या 1 है?
सेकेंडरी लेवल पे NEP में देयर आर 6 सब्जेक्ट्स, वो 10 सब्जेक्ट्स नाउ अब जो होंगे उसमें वोकेशनल सब्जेक्ट इज कंपलसरी. And what we have done is right from the beginning we have made out of the 5 subjects, अभी तो 5 थे ना, हाँ जी, out of the 5 subjects we made 1 vocational subject compulsory. ठीक है सर. Though probably we have not stuck to it strictly, but now we will do it. Okay sir. Because it has to be done. Practical exam study center में होगा, हाँ. हाँ.
फ्रेमवर्क ये कह रहा है कि जैसे जो स्किल पहले ही उसके पास है हम उसको भी सर्टिफाई कर सकते हैं, तो क्या हम अपने एकेडमिक सब्जेक्ट्स देके जो उसने पहले से अचीव किया है क्या हम उसको भी सर्टिफाई कर सकते हैं?
This is called RPL.
Okay.
Recognition of prior learning.
Yeah.
It is very much prevalent in other countries.
Okay.
But here it is not so prevalent.
Okay, sir.
So now I think the policy is talking about it.
Yeah.
So we can recognize, it has to be systematized. Actually it is not systematized at all in our country till now. I don't know if there are islands of such institutions who do it. But in NIOS in 2002 we had experimented with it.
इससे बहुत सारे रास्ते बच्चों के लिए खुल जाएंगे, बिकॉज जो लोग ऑलरेडी प्रोफेशन में तो हैं बट सर्टिफाइड नहीं है, इसके लिए कुछ गवर्नमेंट जॉब्स कुछ और चीज़ें हैं जो वो उनसे डिप्राइव रह जाते हैं. तो ओपन स्कूल कैन done a lot for them.
RPL हमने 2002 में कर दिया था NIOS में,
Okay.
लेकिन वो ज़्यादा चला नहीं,
Okay.
क्योंकि there were not many takers for that.
हाँ जी.
But now it has come into the policy, so now it will have to be systematized.
बिल्कुल सर. सर एक NOIS में जो ITI स्टूडेंट्स हैं उनके लिए जो ट्रांसफ़र ऑफ क्रेडिट है एकेडमिक्स के लिए दे के सेम टाइम पे उनको सर्टिफाई किया जाता है. सर क्या वो बहुत सक्सेसफुल आइडिया है या?
वो ITIs के साथ हमारा MOU हुआ था, मैं जब था तभी हुआ था वो.
हाँ जी.
And those who are doing ITI, they can take up one or two languages.
Okay, sir.
And
ओके. तो फिर उसके लिए बाद में हाँ जी हाँ जी तो वो मल्टीपल एंट्रीज के लिए बच्चा रेडी हो जाता है. ठीक है. थैंक यू सो मच सर.
Thank you very much for patient listening, especially for those who raise certain queries. We are thankful to them. Thanks a lot. Thank you very much.
Sorry, I'm stopping you from going for lunch. Just 2 minutes I will take. After lunch, we have got group discussion. All the participants will be distributed into 2 groups. Group 1 will be on implementation of NEP, role of school boards. It would be headed by Dr. G. Emmanuel, Chairman CISC. I would just call out, and Group 2 would be headed by Mrs. Asano Sekos, President COBSE and Chairman Nagaland Board. I would just call out the groups so that after lunch, ladies and gentlemen, we can sit in groups. Group 1 could be on this side and Group 2 could be on that side. I would just announce you can just announce the names of the boards. Assam Higher Secondary Council is in Group 1, Aligarh Muslim University, Group 1, Chandigarh State Open School, Group 1, Chandigarh State Board of Secondary Education, Group 1, HB Board, Group 1, Delhi Board of School Education, Group 1, International Baccalaureate, Jamia Urdu Aligarh, Diyalbagh, all are Group 1, Mizoram Board, Odisha State Board, Punjab School Education Board, Telangana Board, Uttarakhand Board, Meghalaya Board, Board of Open Schooling and Skill Education Sikkim. These are in Group 1. So I would again request that all of the Group 1 should be sitting on this side after lunch. And Group 2 would be, I am just calling out the names of Group 2, Board of Secondary Education AP, Banasthali Vidyapeeth, Chhattisgarh Sanskrit, Mandalam, Chhattisgarh Madrasa, Gujarat Board of Secondary Education, Board of School Education Haryana, Cambridge International Baccalaureate, J&K Board, Karnataka Peer University, Maharashtra Board, Manipur Board, Odisha Higher Council, Rajiv Gandhi University, Uttarakhand Board, West Bengal Madrasa, Goa Board and Nepal Board. So we would be giving you a leaflet to give you an introduction of the topic, and then discussion would take place after lunch. So please join us. We are short of time. We can have quick lunch and start.
सर उत्तराखंड बोर्ड का नाम दोनों जगह आ गया, फर्स्ट में भी सेकंड में भी.
Pardon sir?
सर उत्तराखंड बोर्ड का नाम दोनों जगह आ गया, फर्स्ट में भी सेकंड में भी.
I will check on that, sir. You know, one is Uttarakhand Board of School Education, another is Uttarakhand Madrasa. Yes.
हेलो सर केरला बोर्ड.
कर देंगे. So in the we will give you the thing, whatever I have announced, please do that. And Kerala Board, you can join Group 1.
Group 2.
Okay.
Okay.
You see, there is no clear distinction. We are just trying to have sizable equal number in both the groups. They can, no issue, madam. You know, this is just to have a equal number in both the groups. I mean.
What do you want? To make a video?
Program start हुए. You want reels?
I request Sayoja Tamang to do her reporting more seriously, and I also command Isaac Pradhan to stop using your phone, or I'll take it.
And I would request the MC to stop asking to make us a video.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, my chairperson. Myself, Binod Prasad Simalti, Additional Secretary, Uttarakhand Board of School
Topic is
Education.
brought and given to us as a new.
Hello everybody, myself
feel
Vidya
bad.
Datta Naik, Secretary Goa Board of
Many
Secondary
people
and Higher
talking
Secondary
and saying
Education.
over here.
Namaste, madam. Myself, B.M. Solanki, Joint Secretary, Gujarat Madhyamik Shikshan Board.
It's okay. As though
Yes, I am also Board of
this policy.
Manipur.
Hello, I am S. Mangijao Singh, Secretary, Board of Secondary Education, Manipur.
I am Mahastram Sarma, Chairperson, National Examination Board, Nepal.
I am Anand.
Okay. So this is also one very important recommendations for the board in the implementation of the NEP 2020. And now we wanted to have discussion with our members here that what will be the advantages if we conduct the board examination twice in a year.
Mute.
So I think before lunch we had distributed all the participants in 2 groups. They have held detailed discussions on 2 topics. Now I would request Mr. Manoj Srivastava, Director, Professional Examination, CBSE, to present the report on behalf of Group 2. Dr. Manoj Srivastava.
माइक जरूर चेक कर लेना चाहिए. Thank you, sir. The topic given to the group was conducting board examination twice in a year. It has 2 parts. One, what are the advantages of conducting board examination twice a year? And the second, indicate the difficulties which the boards may face in implementing the above recommendation. First part, which was relating to advantages of conducting, we did not discuss because it has been discussed at length in NEP and NCFSC. So this committee is not qualified to discuss about the advantages and disadvantages. The moot point is the child will have to be given an option of choosing either of the 2 examinations mandatorily offered by the board. So board will have to ensure that it has a system in place to provide 2 board examination. What was discussed?
Please don't close this.
So there were 4 aspects. One, the timeline. The second, should we, for the sake of administrative convenience, do the interpretation of reading the present format of supplementary examination or compartment examination or improvement examination as the second option? The committee decided no. The second examination is going to be a full-fledged an examination of equal footing, because it has to have the similar level of blueprint, curriculum content, the standards, the sanctity. So therefore, option 1 and option 2 have to be, in terms of academic quality, at par. The third point was, there is a financial implications, because conducting second examination would again entail resources, the manpower, and then the entire school ecosystem. Almost every board in the group has agreed that the financial implications will have to be accounted for. Each board will have to come out with some action plan, and will have to perhaps suggest for some enhancement in their existing fee structure, depending on their respective boards' financial soundness. CBSE will also discuss and decide internally. Then the issue came, when do we conduct the examination, knowing the fact that you will have to ensure the deadline of CUET, JEE examination and NEET examination. So what is that reverse engineering that you need to do? So as far as CBSE is concerned, we are planning that both the second examination should also get over by the month of July end. And by July end, our child should have the mark sheet, full-fledged certificate and everything, so that he or she does not have to face any problem. The Karnataka board was also a member in this committee, and Haryana board. Haryana board indicated that they are already conducting 2 full-fledged examinations. Karnataka board was 1 step ahead. They said they are conducting 3 examinations. So I said we would try to replicate that. So Karnataka says that, but the second examination or third examination is actually a compartment examination. They are offering to only those candidates who have been placed into a supplementary examination or into an improvement category. But this recommendation is very clear. It talks about a complete full-fledged examination. So I asked them the quantum of size they are handling. They are handling around 7 lakh candidates, Karnataka board. And they are not offering any supplementary or improvement examination after the first examination. So this committee also recommends 2 things. One, that in case the child is being given two regular options, then the option of improvement category and compartment should stand withdrawn. Because you cannot have first examination, then give compartment and improvement, and then conduct second full-fledged examination, and then give again compartment improvement. Then it will be a very long drawn process. You will only be conducting examination, it will not reach any finality. So therefore, the option of giving improvement or compartment examination, sir, since you are offering a full-fledged examination twice a time, therefore that should not be given. This is one administrative ease that committee decided. Then the next thing was about the practical component. Somebody said whether practical should also have two options. Then there was a unanimity, no. Practical should be given only once, and if the child remains absent, falls sick, or for a variety of reasons does not appear in the examination or has failed, then each board, depending on their respective examination bylaws, can grant them second opportunity, because end of the day, child should not be losing any year. So the practical examination, no two option, only one option. Second option granted to only those on case-to-case basis, depending on the provision contained in the bylaws of the respective boards. This is it, sir. And NEP also talks about academic days, academic calendar of 180 days and 200 days. So when you are conducting examination, Karnataka indicated that they are roughly taking 55 days in compilation of result. Then I asked how much time you are taking in the second examination, then they say 15 days. So then they replied that they are using a lot of digital apparatus to cut short this timeline. I think digitalization can only be a way forward, and we will have to shrink this timeline for first examination and second examination. So there is a unanimity, sir, that two board examination will have to be conducted, maintaining same standard, quality and sanctity. Number one. Practical examination, one option. Third, financial implications, each board, including CBSE, will have to present to its respective committee for some appropriate enhancement without much burdening the student also. That also has to be taken. Then the system of conducting improvement examination or supplementary examination or compartment examination shall stand forfeited after the introduction of full-fledged second examination. These are the things. Academic calendar, many boards have different academic calendars. Karnataka board does not have a mandatory provision of passing in practical examination. Karnataka board, the officers were indicating that in case you fail in the practical examination, then your marks will be on the basis of pro rata from your theory marks will be adjusted and you will be declared pass. Most of the boards do not follow this. They follow mandatory pass in practical as well as in theory examinations. So I think that is where one changes. Karnataka board will have to relook at its existing processes and do it. The committee, in finality, sir, recommends that there are difficulties, sir, and there will be initial teething problems, sir. But practical once, no two option. Then academic calendar also will have to slightly prepone it, sir. The boards which are starting from April may have to start their session from March, because when you advance it for 1 month or 45 days, you get time for second examination. Two, and third, supplementary in compartment stands withdrawn, sir. This is it, sir. Thank you, the chairperson of the group and the entire the members of the group. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Manoj, for your good presentation. Now we request Shri Mohammad Sharik, Deputy Director, Delhi Board of School Education, to present the report on behalf of Group 1.
Good afternoon. The 21st century belongs to those who can learn, unlearn, and relearn. With the new National Education Policy 2020, it is mandatory for all of us to see the NEP with the new, fresh perspective, to understand the goals and objectives as envisaged by NEP 2020. And for this purpose, Group 1 was assigned 2 questions to deliberate upon. We discussed the points in detail and at length, and here are some recommendations for what are the action points or objectives emerged from the NEP 2020 for the boards. First point is to make a shift from being summative to being more regular and formative. Exam reform has been a permanent issue in Indian education system. All our national policies have tried to address this issue, and we have made very good progress in that direction. Under the given policy, we need to further make the assessment to be more regular and more formative. Another point is to shift from testing rote memorization to testing of competencies, higher order skills such as analysis, critical thinking, etc. It is pertinent to mention that in this age, when every information and knowledge is available on the fingertip, then what is the use for testing the rote memorization by the child? Google and AI-based applications have provided lot of information from across the globe just at the fingertip of a person. Next point we deliberated upon is to redesign the progress card for school-based assessment. NEP 2020 calls for societal change in terms of perspective the society is having from the schools. What do the parents aspire for that the child should be learning at school? This needs to be discussed and deliberated at length with the parents and with all stakeholders of education system so that we may set right the priorities in the right context of NEP 2020. Fourth point is AI-based software to be developed and used by students to help track their progress through school years. That will be like a portfolio and a cumulative portfolio to showcase the progress of the student during the school years, starting right from the primary level and going up to senior secondary level. Fifth point is examination system be reformed to eliminate the need for undertaking coaching classes. Coaching classes have become a menace for Indian education system. We need to think about the reform, whether in terms of rationalization of the syllabus and in terms of testing the higher order competencies rather than rote memorization, which is provided or facilitated by coaching institutes through the shortcuts. We need to also work that why a student should be given a particular set of combination of subjects, as NEP 2020 calls for flexibility in selection of subject from the group of subjects. That is to be taken care of, and all the state boards have come up with the child-centric approach towards defining the subject groups so that while defining the subject group, it is also to be kept in mind that corresponding change is also required at the higher level for professional and higher education, and also for the competitive examinations like NEET and JEE and other exams conducted by NTA. Last recommendation is to make the board examination easier. That is, again, through the rationalization of the syllabus or conducting the exam twice a year and following the semester system, and within semester system following the competency-based and internal assessment as well. So that is going to make the high-stake board exam a bit easier for the students, and the students won't be under that much stress. Coming to the second question, that is, what are the academic and examination reform the boards need to initiate to achieve the action points and objectives as set by NEP 2020. Now, whatever suggestions we made, in deference to all those suggestions, we recommend that the quality of question paper needs to be improved, which should focus on testing competencies rather than rote memorization, as it links to our first recommendation in response to the first question. Second, we must set up a question paper format that aligns with the need of the different entrance examination patterns like JEE, NEET, NCUET, etc. What happens in the descriptive format at the board levels? We assess the students through the descriptive answers of 50 words, 80 words, or 100 words, 150 words. But after passing the class 12th exam with a high percentage of 95 or 98%, when they land up for the competitive examination, they are not able to secure good place because they do not have the practice of going for MCQs, which are testing the higher order thinking skills. For this, a certain percentage of MCQs should be included in the question paper, and it can be phase-wise as suggested by SAFAL also, like 10%, 20%, 30%. Gradually, the number can be increased, and as one of the boards suggested, to form the question bank online, and from that question bank, randomly, the question paper can be set up as suggested by Himachal Pradesh board. Efforts are to be made to offer subjects like mathematics at 2 levels, standard and basic, at 2 levels, so that the students who want to pursue that in terms of professional qualification ahead, they can go accordingly, and it is not difficult for the students who just want to pass the exam and go for some other combination. Weightage to school-based assessment could be enhanced, say, to 25 to 30%. That is also a very important point, that we can increase and improve the weightage to school-based assessment, and that is more formative in nature, and that is assessment for learning, and that helps the students and teachers as well, that how the teaching learning approaches are shaping up at a school level and what reform they can undertake. Then another recommendation is marking a scheme of all subject question paper to be prepared and made available as early as possible. This is very important, that child-centric assessment, the child should know the rubric. For any kind of assessment, it should be made available to the child and parent, that what is the rubric, what is the methodology to assess the child in particular test. For this, because this is going to be a shift from conventional examination and assessment, so sample question papers of all subjects need to be prepared and provided well in time. Efforts are also to be made to fix examination center as far as possible in the school where the students are studying. That is also very crucial, but that depends on the geographical extent which is served by the board. Some boards are serving, large geographical extent, and some may serve to a short geographical extent. So depending on that, the centers can be made. Then conducting examination twice a year. Delhi Board of School Education started the semester system, and it is the third year that we have been following that. And our assessment is criteria-based assessment, where we award the levels. In place of marks, levels are awarded, and children are made aware about the various levels so that they may understand the areas for their improvement. Efforts should also be made to allow students to offer wide range of subjects like history with physics. But such combinations require corresponding change at the higher level, at the university level, and also at the competition conducted by NTA and other national bodies. Shift towards blended type of education, which consists of traditional as well as vocational subjects, so as to give proper weightage to school-based education. That is very, very important, that skill-based education becomes part of our educational boards. Like Delhi Board of School Education is having a School of Applied Learning, where we have introduced various vocational subjects given to the metropolitan demography of Delhi. We are assigning them or introduced various vocational subjects which are being pursued by the student, so that even after class 12, they are able to go for employment, and we are also ensuring industry linkages with the schools so that the student get best of exposure even during the secondary phase of education. We need for deployment of the very best and brightest teaching professionals so that they are found to be ones who could truly shape the next generation in the right direction. That is very crucial point. Yesterday also it was pointed out that teaching profession is not the choicest of the profession, and generally the people who are not able to adjust or find place anywhere else then resort to teaching as the last resort. But this needs to be changed. We need to incentivize, and we need to come out with various, plans so that we can attract the best talent for the teaching. Deployment of a large number of teachers for the huge student population. That is also required at the state board. We have to ensure a very healthy pupil-teacher ratio. If it is not healthy, then the objectives of the NEP are not going to be met. It also requires trainers and guides to reorient the teachers towards the new age teaching techniques, both the traditional education and skill-based vocational education. The technology has transformed educational landscape, especially post-COVID, that is having very deep implications. Those deeper implications call for that our teachers should be ready with the technological skills. Somebody said that technology can never replace the teacher, but a technologically, trained teacher or a teacher with technological skills can easily replace the teacher without technical skill. So tech savviness is very, very important going forward, because the way we have, just I give one example, you know, there used to be calligraphy in olden days, and calligraphy was very famous as an art. But with the passage of time, we have the computer now, and in computer the different fonts are there, styles are there, so calligraphy is no more taken as an art. People have stopped using or developing calligraphy as a hobby or as an art. So being, you know, futuristic, we may see that in future there may not be any need of even writing, because text to speech will come, online exam will come, and there will be more need of typing and texting to speech to text. So these are the changes which are going to happen in the future, and in order to be future ready, we must have the teachers who are having this flavor for tech savviness. Then we also recommend that efforts need to be made to provide digital connectivity for the learners, particularly in rural and remote areas, in order to promote digital transformation. That is very, very crucial, because digital divide should not hamper the progress of our educational efforts, and that shouldn't happen at the cost of the objectives set forth by NEP 2020. So these are the recommendations made by the Group 1, and I thank Chairman Sir for giving me this opportunity on behalf of the Group 1. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sharik. So with this, group presentations are over, and now I think we should move for the next session. Is it time for tea now? Is it time for tea now? No. Where is holding? Okay, Governor is coming, so we should be here.
All the invitees are requested to be seated after the governor leaves in the end, that is in the end of the program.
Hello.
I would request all the invitees to kindly put your phone on silent mode. I request everyone to kindly rise for the national anthem. I would like to warmly welcome the Honorable Governor, Shri Lakshman Acharya, as the chief guest. Ms. Sunita Pradhan, SCS Secretary, Education, Government of Sikkim. Dr. Kuldeep Agarwal, Conference Chairman and Chairperson of Board of Open Schooling and Skill Education Sikkim. Mrs. Asano Sikhos, Conference Co-Chairperson, President COBSE and Chairperson Nagaland Board. Shri MC Sharma, General Secretary COBSE. Shri Sonam Denzongpa, Principal Director Education Department, Government of Sikkim. Shri Hemant Goyal, Chairperson BOSSE Group, and Dr. Mahashram Sharma, Chairman, Nepal Board of School Education. I may now kindly request Dr. Kuldeep Agarwal, Conference Chairperson and Chairperson of BOSSE Sikkim, and Shri Hemant Goyal, sir, to kindly offer khadas to our Honorable Governor. I also request Dr. Goyal and to felicitate our other dignitaries. I also request COBSE Group to felicitate all our esteemed dignitaries with souvenirs and mementos. I now take this honor to request Dr. Kuldeep Agarwal sir to deliver the address for the day.
His Excellency the Governor of Sikkim, Shri Lakshman Acharya, Mrs. Asano Sekhoz, President COBSE, Shri Hemant Goyal, Chairman of the BOSSE Group, Shri MC Sharma, General Secretary COBSE, and Dr. Mahashram Sharma, Chairman, Nepal Board of School Education, and all the invitees for the conference, the delegates of the conference sitting in front of me. Of course, I welcomed you yesterday in the morning, all of you, the invitees sitting there. I will welcome you again today, but especially I will welcome our Manya Governor Sahab. It is our privilege, our proud privilege that you are here to guide us after we have finished the conference. And we will tell you what happened in the conference, and we will accept your Ashirwad. I welcome all the dignitaries sitting on the dais. Sir, this conference started yesterday in the morning, where the Honorable Education Minister was the chief guest. And we had a keynote address on the theme Transformation of Assessment Practices and Equivalence of School Education Boards. The keynote speaker was Professor Indira Bhaduri, who is professor and head of the Department of Survey Division of NCERT, and she is also heading PARAK, the project which has come out after this policy, NEP 2020, and this was a recommendation of this policy that PARAK should be set up in order for bringing about improvement in our assessment practices. We had a session on philosophy of NEP 2020, impact on curriculum and pedagogy. This was chaired by Mrs. Anita Devraj, who is a former school principal of DAV and member of our academic advisory committee and board of management of BOSSE. Then there was a session in which the boards talked about what they have done with regard to NEP 2020 in implementing it. And this session, we had 6 boards who made a presentation. We had a session on PISA examinations, which is an OECD education initiative. And the chair was Dr. G. Emmanuel, Chairman of Council of Indian School Certificate Examinations. The session in which the boards had presented, that session was chaired by the chairperson of Haryana Education Board, Dr. Yadav. Then we had a session on Bharatiya Gyan Pragya based education. So this will be of interest to you much more than anything else. Bharatiya Gyan Pragya based education. This was chaired by Professor Parikshat Singh Manas, who is the chairman of Jammu and Kashmir Board of School Education. This is one of the key recommendations of the policy, that we should transform our education in such a manner that Bharatiya Pragya, Bharatiya Gyan Pragya is the basis for our education system. And then we had a session on ensuring universal access to academic education and skill development, role of open school education boards. This was chaired by Professor M.C. Sharma, who is a retired professor and director of School of Education of IGNOU. Then we had group work. The board chairpersons were divided into two groups. One group discussed the implementation of NEP 2020, role of school education boards. And the second group talked about conducting board examinations twice a year. This is also one recommendation of the policy that the boards should start conducting examinations twice a year, and the learner, the student, should be given a choice in which exam he or she wants to appear. So these were discussed at length, these themes, and then presentations were made. And tomorrow we will have the meeting of the Executive Committee of COBSE, sir. So this was what we have done in these 2 days. And sir, we will request you to give us your blessings and continue to give your blessings to BOSSE even in future. So now I will request Mrs. Asano Sekho, the president of COBSE, to make her presentation.
Most respected Honorable Governor of Sikkim, Shri Lakshman Acharya, respected Secretary to the Government of Sikkim Education Department, Srimati Sunita Pradhan, respected Chairperson, BOSSE, Dr. Kutik Algarwal, respected Chief Patron, Shri Heman Goyal, Group Chairpersons, Board of Open Schooling and Skill Education, respected Chairman, Nepal Examination Board, Shri Mahesh Sharma, respected General Secretary, COBSE, Shri M.C. Sharma, respected chairpersons, secretaries, officers, member boards, and associate members, ladies and gentlemen. Respected Honorable Governor, sir, it is an honor to have your gracious presence in our midst this afternoon. I extend a warm welcome to you and express our sincere gratitude for taking time out from your busy schedule to grace this valedictory session of the 52nd Annual Conference of COBSE. Today, the presence of the Honorable Governor of Sikkim in this valedictory function of the conference shows that the leadership of the state is committed to the cause of promoting quality education in the state. The 2-day conference has been conducted smoothly, and all the technical sessions and group discussions were enriching, and I believe everyone has benefited from the proceedings of the conference. The address of the Honorable Minister of Education and Sri G.P. Upadhyaya, Advisor, Geology and Mining, Government of Sikkim, to the participants of the conference, as well as the keynote address delivered by Professor Indrani Baduri in the inaugural session, was inspiring and instrumental in setting the tone of the conference. The sequence of presentations made by BOSSE, member boards, and associate members in the technical sessions and the discussions we had yesterday, today, and the group discussions we had are very meaningful and fruitful, and it has enlightened us and helped us to come out with workable recommendations, suggestions for the implementation of the NEP 2020 recommendations at the level of the respective school education boards. As envisaged in NEP 2020, now with the setting up of the performance assessment review and analysis of knowledge for holistic development, PARAG, as a standard body with the basic objective of setting norms, standards, and guidelines for students' assessment and evaluation for all the recognized boards of India. It will help the boards to do better in ensuring equivalence of academic standards among learners across all school boards. There are challenges ahead of us, but I'm optimistic that together with the stakeholders, the boards will play its vital role in the implementation of the NEP 2020, and we will bring about positive changes in transforming the assessment practices. The presentations given by the esteemed resource persons and officials from different boards are very relevant to the theme of the conference. From the presentations, we have been given insights of how boards can transform its assessment practices and maintain its standards and equivalence in measuring the potentials of the learners. The COBSE annual conferences is like homecoming to the members to come together to share our best practices, and it gives us learning opportunities to learn from one another. The NEP 2020 recommends assessment to be more student-friendly and have greater flexibility to give more opportunities to the students to improve their performance in the examinations. We have also made good recommendations in our group discussions on the role of school education boards and conducting board examinations twice a year. Boards may adopt the good practices from one another so that we can scale higher in fulfilling the goals of education in the light of NEP 2020 recommendations. Indeed, I am grateful to the Board of Openschooling and Skill Education Sikkim for the outstanding reception right from the airport, for your excellent hospitality, for hosting this conference. Words cannot express how grateful we are. We enjoyed the clean air and enjoyed the organic food of the state throughout the conference. Under the able leadership of the head of the state, with the dynamic leadership of the Honorable Minister of Education, the bureaucracy taking the lead to give best support and guidance to take forward the recommendations of NEP 2020 and to promote meaningful education in the state is praiseworthy. I'm confident that your efforts will bear good fruits and the state will scale higher in the field of education. Lastly, I would like to thank Dr. Kudipwal Agarwal and his team for all the arrangements that they have made. Each one of us feel elated. I, on behalf of all the participants, must say that we enjoyed the event in all its measures. We are pampered with all kinds of facilities and the lovely gift. And it is one of the best conferences we have attended so far. I also take this opportunity of thanking all the participants for their active participation and contributions made in the conference. And I also look forward for a fruitful general body meeting of COBSE tomorrow morning, and eagerly awaiting for the proposed Gangtok tour. Thank you.
I would now like to take the privilege of requesting the Honorable Governor of Sikkim, Shri Lakshman Acharya, for his valedictory address.
मुक्त विद्यालय एवं कौशल शिक्षा बोर्ड द्वारा आयोजित राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति 2020 को लागू करने में स्कूल बोर्डों की भूमिका सम्मेलन में उपस्थित अध्यक्ष काउंसिल ऑफ बोर्ड ऑफ स्कूल एजुकेशन श्रीमती असानो सेखोसे जी, मुक्त विद्यालय एवं कौशल शिक्षा बोर्ड के ग्रुप चेयरमैन श्री हेमंत गोयल जी, बोसे के चेयरपर्सन डॉक्टर कुलदीप अग्रवाल जी, शिक्षा विभाग के सम्मानित सचिव श्रीमती सुमित्रा प्रधान जी, कोब्से के सचिव श्री SC शर्मा जी, नेपाल बोर्ड ऑफ स्कूल एजुकेशन के सम्मानित चेयरमैन डॉक्टर महेश राम शर्मा जी, कोब्से बोस के उपस्थित सदस्यगण, शिक्षा विभाग के सम्मानित अधिकारीगण, सम्मानित उपस्थित अतिथिगण, प्यारे बच्चों, मीडिया के मित्रों, आप सभी को मेरा नमस्कार। आज मुक्त विद्यालय कौशल शिक्षा बोर्ड द्वारा आयोजित नई शिक्षा नीति 2020 को लागू करने में स्कूल शिक्षा बोर्डों की भूमिका विषय पर सम्मेलन का हिस्सा बनना वास्तव में मेरे लिए खुशी की बात है। इस समारोह में सभी आपका मैं हार्दिक अभिनंदन करता हूँ। साथ ही सम्मेलन के आयोजकों को भी अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण विषय चयन करने की भी सराहना करता हूँ। नई शिक्षा नीति पर इस तरह के विचार मंथन नए भारत की नई उम्मीदों की नई आवश्यकताओं की पूर्ति का सशक्त माध्यम है। हमारे राज्य सिक्किम में शिक्षा हमेशा से उच्च प्राथमिकताओं से एक रही है। 90% से अधिक शिक्षा दर और इस बोर्ड को स्वीकृति देना राज्य सरकार की शिक्षा के प्रति सोच को इंगित करती है। मुक्त विद्यालय और कौशल शिक्षा बोर्ड की स्थापना जिस उद्देश्य से की गई, मैं उन मनुष्यों के प्रति भी धन्यवाद करता हूँ। ड्रॉप आउट बच्चे जो किन्हीं कारणवश अपनी पढ़ाई पूरी नहीं कर पाते, स्कूल को बीच में छोड़ना पड़ता है, उनके लिए संस्था एक रोशन बनकर उभरी है। अनेक ऐसे बिंदुओं को लेकर के आप कई बैठक चल रही है और देश की जो सबसे बड़ी आवश्यकता थी उसको लेकर के आप मंथन कर रहे हैं। शिक्षा क्षेत्र के सभी आप महत्वपूर्ण जिम्मेदार लोग हैं जिनके माध्यम से देश की शिक्षा नीति कैसे लागू हो। मैं किसी दिन एक वीडियो देख रहा था, उस एक बेटी आती है परीक्षा देकर के अपना मार्कशीट अपने माँ के सामने रखती है और माँ के सामने अन्य विषयों में 45 किसी में 49 नंबर तक प्राप्त करती है। लेकिन जब अंग्रेजी का विषय सब्जेक्ट उसके सामने आता है, माँ देखती है उसके अंक को, तो उस समय मार्कशीट देखने के बाद माँ बेटी को देख रही है और बेटी माँ को देख रही है, दोनों मौन हैं। माँ प्रोजेक्ट में तो बहुत महत्वपूर्ण अंक आए हैं। तुम सब में डिक्टेंशन सुपर पाई हो, 48, 49, 45, 46 एवं 40, 45 पाई हो। इस अंग्रेजी में क्या हुआ? बेटी ने कहा माँ माँ। उसमें एक पेपर था और पेपर अपनी मातृभाषा में जरा इसमें लिखने का काम करो। और वो अंक 35 नंबर का वो नंबर था। अब चूंकि वो मेरे अपने जो सपने हैं उन मेरी मातृभाषा में लिखने के लिए उसमें निर्देशित था और वो 35 नंबर था। अब चूंकि ये बाध्यता थी कि मैं सपनों को और जिस अपनी भाषा में नहीं लिख सकता था उसके लिए एक भाषा निश्चित कर दी गई थी। माँ मैं अपने सपनों को तो अपनी ही भाषा में लिख सकती थी, इस नाते इसको मैं लिख नहीं पाई। मैं समझता हूँ कि जो नई शिक्षा नीति आई है जिस पे आपने चिंतन किया है, इतने मेहनत कर रहे हैं देश के शिक्षाविदों ने भी सोचा है, उन निश्चित रूप से नई शिक्षा नीति बहुत कारगर होगी। बच्चे अपने सपनों को लेकर उड़ सकेंगे, अपनी आकांक्षाओं को पूरा कर सकेंगे, अपनी हसरतों को पूरा कर सकेंगे, देश की उन ऊंचाइयों तक ले जा सकेंगे जहां तक देश जा चुका था। हम कोई नए देश नहीं हुए हैं, जो हम तो बहुत ताकतवर देश थे और हमने ज्ञान के क्षेत्र में दुनिया का नेतृत्व किया था। दुनिया के लोग हमारे, आपको बताना नहीं है, आप तो शिक्षा क्षेत्र में काम करने वाले लोग हैं, चिंतन करने वाले लोग हैं। हम लोग तो सामाजिक क्षेत्र में काम करते करते एक सिस्टम के तहत यहाँ आ गए हैं, लेकिन आपने तो शिक्षा के बारे में अध्ययन किया है, शिक्षा के चिंतन किया है, शिक्षा में साधना किया है। हम आज़ाद, हमने हमारी खेती कैसे हो, हमारे कल कारखाने कैसे चले, देश में पुल पुलिया सड़कों का निर्माण कैसे हो, तमाम चीज़ों पर हमने सोचा, सोचने की आवश्यकता भी थी। लेकिन हम एक अच्छे उस प्रकार का एक खड़ा कर सकें, उस क्षेत्र में हमें बहुत ज़रूरत थी। अनेक काम थे, हम उस दिशा में नहीं कर पाए, लेकिन मैं समझता हूं कि हम बधाई तो भारत सरकार को दे ही सकते हैं, बधाई तो प्रधानमंत्री जी को दे ही सकते हैं कि नई शिक्षा नीति बना करके उस देश के पुराने वैभव को एक बार, जिसके कारण हम विश्व और ये परिकल्पना वेनसांग जैसे यात्री, तमाम ऐसे लोग आते हैं। हम अनेक दुनिया का अधिकांश भारत में शिक्षा की एक विकसित प्रणाली थी, एक संगठित गुरुकुल प्रणाली फैली हुई थी। नालंदा, तक्षशिला, विक्रमशिला आदि जैसे उच्च शिक्षा के विश्व प्रसिद्ध संस्थान थे। ये कोई कल्पनाओं का बात मैं नहीं कह रहा हूँ, जिसको आप जानते हैं, जिस पर आप गौरव करते हैं, जिसको आज आप फिर से एक बार जागृत करना चाहते हैं। जहाँ छात्र अध्ययन करते थे, ज्ञान प्राप्त करने के लिए दूर दूर से आते थे। भारतीय संस्कृति और दर्शन का विश्व पर गहरा प्रभाव रहा। यह कोई आश्चर्य की बात नहीं कि भारत को विश्वगुरु कहा जाने लगा। भारत, बार बार बात आती है, भारत माने जो भा माने ज्ञान, रत माने जो रत रहने वाला, जो ज्ञान में हमेशा रत रहता हो वो भारत था। और यही कारण था कि दुनिया के लोग हमारी ओर आए। इसके अलावा भारत सबसे समृद्ध देश था, जिसके कारण उसे सोने की चिड़िया का नाम दिया गया था, जिसके फलस्वरूप स्वाभाविक रूप से आक्रमणकारियों को आकर्षित भी किया। जितने आक्रमण भारत ने झेले, जो आया भारत को लूटने का किया। भारत क्यों यह इतना समृद्धशाली है, क्यों इतना विकसित है भारत? तो आप लोग तमाम यह अनेक गीतों के भी माध्यम से लोगों ने इसका वर्णन किया है। वह भारत इतने आक्रमण झेले। हम कभी कभी कहते हैं कि यूनान विश्व रोमा सब मिट गए, जहाँ से कुछ बात है जो हस्ती मिटती नहीं हमारी। हमारी वह क्या थी? वो हमारे ज्ञान था, हमारा विज्ञान था। हम लोगों को याद है कि जो थोड़े रिटायरमेंट की तरफ जा रहे हैं आप में से, वो उनको या थोड़े एवं जो लोग हैं वो तो इसको पढ़े हैं। हम लोग इंतज़ार करते थे कि, और उस समय जब स्कूलों में पढ़ने जाते थे, अपने प्राथमिक स्कूलों में, तो हमारे पास बस्तों का बहुत बोझ नहीं हुआ करता था। और छुट्टी होती थी तो चूँकि उस समय ये चार दीवारियाँ भी हमको रोकने के लिए गेट भी नहीं लगे रहते थे, बहुत बंदिशें भी नहीं होती थी। किस स्पीड से हम दौड़े हुए घर को, जिस छुट्टी लगने के घंटे की पूरी आवाज़ पूरी होती तब तक हम लोग अपने गांव के आधे गली तक पहुंच जाते थे, दौड़े जाते थे। छुट्टी करके क्या आनंद था, क्या उत्साह था। फिर जाते थे, माँ के हाथ का कुछ खाते थे, पीते थे। अब बच्चा जिस समय घर जाता है तो माँ बाहर से, माँ कभी पापा कभी चाचा, उसके बस्ती को उठाकर किसी तरह से बेटे को सहलाते हुए अंदर ले आओ, बेटा कुछ खा लो, माँ कुछ नहीं, थोड़ा आराम करने दो। यह जो एक बोझ बन गया था शिक्षा, उस बोझ से मुक्त करने के लिए तमाम बंदिशों से हम अपनी आकांक्षाएं बच्चों के ऊपर सौंपने लगे थे। अपनी, तुमको डॉक्टर बनना है जी, प्रारंभ से ही हमने तय कर लिया तुमको डॉक्टर बनना है। यानी डॉक्टर बनने का अर्थ हो गया कि तुमको प्रोफेसर बनना बहुत खराब चीज़ है, तुम्हारे दहेज भी कुछ कम हो जाएंगे। तुमको आईपीएस बनना है, तुमको आईएएस बनना है, आईएएस बनना चाहिए, आईपीएस बनना चाहिए। लेकिन शिक्षक, हमें इंजीनियर भी बनना चाहिए, हमें संगीतज्ञ भी बनना चाहिए, हमें कारीगर भी बनना चाहिए। हमारे अच्छे स्वर हैं, हम अच्छे संगीत के स्वर दे सकते हैं, हम अपनी आकांक्षाओं को उसके माध्यम से पूरा कर सकते हैं। इन बंदिशों से मुक्ति का नई शिक्षा नीति ने व्यापक रूप से उसमें एक अवसर दिया है। मुझे आपको मैं दोहराऊं कि आप बच्चा फिर पढ़ लेगा तो फिर डिग्री मिल जाएगा, इतने वर्ष में वो पीएचडी कर सकता है, केवल अब 3rd ईयर 4th ईयर 4 वर्ष में है वो, फिर इसकी आवश्यकता मैं नहीं समझता कि मैं आपको चर्चा करूं, क्योंकि आप उसके विशेषज्ञ हैं, आप उसको जानते हैं, आप यही मंथन कर रहे हैं। मैं उस पर कतई नहीं जाना चाहता। मैं केवल एक विषय पर जरूर जानना चाहता हूँ कि जिसके कारण हम विश्वगुरु थे, जिसके कारण हम एक सशक्त भारत थे, जिसके कारण हम विश्व का नेतृत्व करते थे, जिसके कारण हम एक वैभवशाली राष्ट्र थे, जिसके कारण हम एक समृद्धशाली भारत थे, जिसके कारण लोग दुनिया हमारी तरफ आकर्षित होती रही है, जिसके कारण हमारी समृद्धि रही है, जिसके कारण हमारी पहचान रही है, लोग हमारी तरफ देखते रहे हैं, उस भारत को बनाने की जिम्मेदारी आपके ऊपर है, आपके संकल्प के ऊपर है, आपके निश्चय के ऊपर है, आपके चिंतन के ऊपर है। आप इस भारत को जिस प्रकार से एक उदयी भारत, एक बदलता भारत, एक सुंदर भारत, विकासशील भारत, समृद्ध भारत, दुनिया का नेतृत्व करता हुआ भारत, वसुधैव कुटुंबकम का भारत, विश्व बंधुत्व का भारत, जिसने पूरा संदेश दिया कि हमने विश्व बंधुत्व, और जब अवसर आया तो यह अचानक नहीं आता। आप पूरे दुनिया की शांति की कल्पना करते हैं, अब दुनिया को शांति का, भगवान बुद्ध का संदेश तो सर्वोपरि है। स्वामी विवेकानंद जी ने कहा, जिस शिक्षा में मनुष्य बनने की योग्यता नहीं वो शिक्षा, और अभावात्मक शिक्षा मृत्यु से भी बुरी। भाई वो अभावात्मक शिक्षा होती क्या है? जिसको अपने देश का, समाज की, संस्कृति की, परंपरा के, अपने ट्रेडिशंस की, तमाम इन सब चीज़ों से जिसको प्रति लगाव नहीं हो, मनुष्य नहीं हो सकता। अपने देश पर गौरव हो, अपने अपने संस्कृति पर गौरव हो, अपने भारत पर, अपने देश पर गौरव हो, अपने माता पिता पर गौरव हो। एक गौरव जो हम एक आत्मविस्मृति में चले गए थे, क्योंकि जब हम गुलाम हुए, हमारे पर जब आक्रमण हुए, सबसे पहले बता दिया तुम्हारी भाषा जी बड़े खराब है, ये तुम इस भाषा में बोलते हो, यानी गांव की भाषा हमारी खराब हो गई। हमारी लोक भाषा आज भी, चाहे मैं तो अनेक कार्यक्रमों में जाता हूँ, जब गांव की वो लोक भाषा में मीठी मीठी हमारी नेपाली संगीत भी जब शुरू होती है, कोई लेप्चा में, कोई भूटिया में, अनेक प्रकार के कार्यक्रम जो हमारे इसी सिक्किम में होती, मैं तो रहा है आज दूसरे प्रांत से, मुझसे लोग पूछते हैं कभी कभी आपको कैसा लगता है, मैंने कहा बहुत सुंदर लगता है जी। क्यों सुंदर लगता है? क्योंकि वहाँ के लोग अपनी संस्कृति को जीते हैं, यहाँ के लोग बहुत मीठा बोलते हैं, भगवान बुद्ध के संदेश उनके जीवन में आचरित है, जो जानते हैं उसको जीते हैं। और ये तभी संभव हो पाता है जब हम अपनी मातृभाषा में हमारी शिक्षा ठीक प्रकार से हुई हो। कभी मनुष्य को जो जानता है वो जी नहीं पाता, जानने और जीने में बहुत फर्क है। हम बोलते कुछ है, होते कुछ है। जिसमें जानने और जीने की जो परिकल्पना है, जो इच्छा है, जो योजना है, वही नई शिक्षा नीति आपको पूरा करती है। सम्मानित इस क्षेत्र के बहुत विद्वत बंधुओं, मुझे नहीं लगता कि मैं बहुत अपने लिखित वाचन आपके सामने कहूँ। हमें मानना है कि शिक्षा का उद्देश्य चरित्र निर्माण, मानवीय मूल्यों को विकसित करना, अनिश्चित भविष्य का सामना करने के लिए आत्मविश्वास पैदा करना और गरिमा, आत्मसम्मान और आत्मनिर्भरता की भावना विकसित करना। राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति 2020 शिक्षा व्यवस्था में बहुभाषा और मातृभाषा पर केंद्रित है, जो इस नीति की सबसे बड़ी कड़ी है। यह स्वाभाविक है कि छोटे बच्चे अपने घर की भाषा, मातृभाषा में अधिक तेजी से सीखते हैं और समझते हैं। हमारी जो नैसर्गिक भाषा है उसके महत्व को हम मना नहीं कर सकते। जब मेरे राजभवन के मैं आज सुबह कुछ अपने अधिकारी से बात कर रहा था, उनके घर से उनकी माँ का फ़ोन आया, तो अपनी भाषा में उन्होंने कहा, अंत में कहा राधे राधे। मैंने कहा कि आप घर में इसी भाषा में बात करती हो? हाँ माँ मेरी इसी भाषा में बात करना, सुनना पसंद करती है। हमारी वो भाषा हमें जो सुकून देती है, वो उस भाषा में वो नई शिक्षा नीति ने इन तमाम चीज़ों का उसमें समावेश किया है। एक उदाहरण के लिए, जब हम मम्मी बुलाते हैं तो ध्वनि केवल मुंह से उच्चारित होती है, लेकिन जब माँ अम्मा बुलाते हैं तो ध्वनि पेट से गुजरते हुए हृदय को स्पर्श करते हुए आती है। यह ताकत ही हमारी मातृभाषा की है। यही ताकत हमारी मातृभाषा की भाषा है। हमें चाहे जितनी सीख लें, सभी में ज्ञान का भंडार है, न ही उस सीखने में कोई बुराई है, लेकिन पहला सम्मान हक तो अपनी मातृभूमि के लिए आवश्यक ही है, जो नई शिक्षा नीति का मूल विषय है। मैं बहुत लंबा तकरीर करने के बजाय मैं इतना ही कहना चाहूँगा कि आप जिन बिंदुओं को लेकर के यहाँ 3 दिनों का, एक बार समाज के अंदर जो एक आत्महीनता का एक बच्चों के मन में वो बच्चे भी अपने घर में अपनी गांव की भाषा नहीं बोल पाते। उनकी जो स्वाभाविक भाषा होती है उसको नहीं बोल पाते, तो उनकी जो दादी है ना, वो अपने बेटे से बात करने के लिए तरस जाती है। मेरा बेटा कब बात करेगा? वो बात करेगा, चूँकि माँ बेटे की आदत बिगड़ चुकी है, बिगड़ नहीं चुकी है, बदल चुकी है। अब वो बच्चे को भी अपनी दादी के भाषा में बात करने में रुचि नहीं रह गई है। उस दादा से पूछना कि वो क्या चाहता था। अगर नई शिक्षा नीति आपने पूरा ठीक से लागू कर दिया तो उस बच्चे की, उस बेटी का सपनों का उड़ान भी पूरा हो जाएगा, उसकी महत्वाकांक्षा भी पूरी हो जाएगी और दादी की भावना भी पुष्ट हो जाएगी। दादा अपने बच्चे को प्यार से अपनी गोद में खिला भी सकेंगे, उससे बात भी कर सकेंगे। यानी निज सब उन्नत को मूल यदि हम विकास चाहते हैं तो हमारी अपनी भाषा, पंडित नेहरू कहा करते थे, भाषाएं सभी सरस्वती हैं, सभी ही चाहिए, लेकिन अपने को भी जिस भाषा में हमने हमारा जो स्वाभाविक भाषा है वह कहीं हमसे विस्मृत हो जाए। यह देश अनेक प्रांत, अनेक राज्य हैं, अनेक भाषा। हम लोग बचपन में पढ़ा करते थे, इंडिया इज़ द लैंड ऑफ मेनी कॉस्ट एंड क्रीड्स। यह अनेक जाति धर्म का है और रंग रंग रूप भाषा चाहे अनेक हो तभी जनेक है। यह विविधता में एकता इस राष्ट्र की विशेषता है, उसमें कहीं अपना खो न जाए, इसकी चिंता यह नई शिक्षा नीति को लागू करने में आप कितना प्रभावी भूमिका कर सकते हैं उस पर निर्भर करता है। मैं हृदय की गहराई से आपका जो आपने मंथन किया है, चिंतन किया है, सिक्किम जो ज्ञान की स्वाभाविक धरती है, प्रकृति की धरती है, बहुत यहाँ अनुकूलता है, यहाँ का चिंतन निश्चित रूप से देश में जो देश के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी, भारत सरकार ने देश की एक बहुत बड़ी महत्वाकांक्षा परिकल्पना लेकर के इस नई शिक्षा नीति को ले आए हैं और इसे आपके माध्यम से को राज्य तक, अपने लोगों तक पूरा करने में और हमारी नई शिक्षा नीति के माध्यम से लोगों की आकांक्षाओं को पूरा करने में इन बेटियों और बेटों को उड़ान भरने में एक स्वाभाविक मददगार होगा। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। जय भारत, जय सिक्किम।
The Executive Committee of COBSE would like to take a picture of the Governor. I would like to invite Shri MC Sharma, Dr. Emmanuel, and Professor Dr. Abu Tahir Kamruddin on stage. I may now request Shri MC Sharma, General Secretary, COBSE, to kindly deliver the vote of thanks.
His Excellency Shri Lakshman Acharya ji, Hon'ble Governor of Sikkim, Government of Sikkim, Chief Guest for today's valedictory function, respected Secretary, Education Department, respected Chairman, Nepal Board, Honorable Madam Asano Sekhos, President COBSE, Shri Hemant Goyal ji, Dr. Kuldeep Agarwal ji, respected Chairmen, Secretaries, and other senior officers from various boards, representatives from foreign boards. We are highly grateful to the Honorable Governor for gracing the valedictory function of the 52nd COBSE conference today. It is a matter of great honor for all of us to have him among us. On behalf of COBSE and on my personal behalf, I place on record my immense gratitude to all the chairmen, secretaries, directors, and other senior officers of councils, as well as representative members of COBSE for participating in 52nd conference of COBSE. It is a matter of great appreciation that good number of members have participated in deliberations during the last 2 days. I am glad to inform you that approximately 70 plus representatives from 39 boards and councils have participated in this conference. We look forward to their valuable guidance, contribution, cooperation in the times to come in the of COBSE. Sir, this is my 8th conference which I have attended, and it is for the first time that honorable chairpersons of a maximum number of boards have graced the conference. And the remarkable factor is that BOSSE, the host board, has joined COBSE in the beginning of 2023, and in number 2, they have hosted the conference. So we highly appreciate their efforts. It is a matter of satisfaction that this year, of boards have participated for the first time, that is Jamia Urdu Aligarh, Odisha State Board of Madrasa Education, Rajiv Gandhi University of Knowledge and Technology. In the last 2 days, 5 technical sessions conducted during the last 2 days were very informative and relevant. Let me accept it is for the first time, because of good planning by the host board, technical sessions on various topics were conducted. Discussions, deliberations, and group reports would be compiled by COBSE and published in the form of conference report in due course of time and shared with all the participants and member boards. Let me inform the participants that the conference has been successfully hosted by the Board of Open Schooling and School Education, and the arrangements made were excellent. I place on record my immense gratitude to especially Shri Hemant Goyalji, Chief President, for felicitating approval for hosting the COBSE conference so well. I am also grateful to Dr. Kuldeep Agarwal, Chairperson, for personally taking interest in seeing that conference during the course of the conference. My sincere thanks are also due to other colleagues in BOSSE board in organizing the conference in their midnight oil and worked like a team to ensure successful conduct of the conference. I therefore record my highest appreciation to all of them. I also take this opportunity to thank Mrs. Asano Sekhos, President COBSE and Chairperson Nagaland Board, for of our functions. My thanks are also due to the chairpersons, secretaries, and senior officers from boards in India, besides associate members from foreign boards, that is Cambridge, IB, and Nepal conference. At this juncture, I also convey my sincere thanks to the chairperson and speakers of various technical sessions, as well as officers from CBSE, Cambridge, IB, Diyalbagh, Chhattisgarh Board, and members of Academic Advisory Council gathering on issues of utmost importance relating to and abroad would continue their support and cooperation to take this opportunity to continuously supporting me in the execution of various aspects. At the end, I express my appreciation to the warm hospitality and support and Blossom and the Chintan Bhavan, the venue of the conference. Thanks to once and
Now I request everybody IT